Good morning, good afternoon, beautiful trading room. How are you today? Hope the sound is okay. Hi, Alad. Hi, Miguel. Hi, guidance room. Hi, team. Kristen, DVG. Nice to see everyone. Okay, we can just start trading day, and especially starting with the pre-market at the moment. I hope everyone had a beautiful trading day yesterday, like a green one. We had a really good one, actually, in the guidance room, and I've seen that the guys just called really great trades as well. So I hope everyone could just nail it. Hi, Elad. Nice to see you. I'm fine, thank you. It's great to see you here. It's Tuesday. Wednesday is getting closer. Why everyone is waiting for Wednesday? If you are still not updated, I'm going to update you tomorrow. It's a big day for the market as the Fed is going to definitely cut the interest rates at 2 p.m. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. So this is what the whole market is waiting for. And in the meantime, if you're just checking now the pre-market, you can see how strong it is at the moment. The SPY is up 0.44%. Core retail sales has been released already, which pointed for let's call it like stability. Not extremely good numbers, but quite signaling some stability, which is definitely needed for this market. And if you just checking the S&P 500, we are extremely close to the new all-time high, which is, I think we just broke it. Wait, highest point five. 6516. Oh yeah, traders, officially we have a new all-time high. Amazing. So before Wednesday, before the big fat day, is just coming a new all-time high on the SPY at least. Unbelievable. Noli, let me just check your CRWD. I was a bit afraid of this stock. It was so spready, but I told you it's going to be strong. And wow, okay. You are still holding it, right? You're still holding it as far as I remember, and it's getting back to your entry point. Okay, good. Nice. Happy for that. 1.35% higher. And as the several stocks, not only the CRWD, however, as I see CRWD, PA, and W are quite strong, but especially the tech stocks traders are going higher. Like the semicons were struggling a lot yesterday. Now I just see a nice move higher again, like NVIDIA 1.2%. Microsoft, especially Microsoft, very good news. I'm just going to talk about it. MU, ARM, SMCI, so semicons are on the track for another big green day finally. And even the lower price stocks like UPS, AFRM, PLT are still higher. AI stocks are higher as I see as well. And especially Intel and MBLY. MBLY, I'm just holding a little small swing trade here. Indeed, with a stop loss under $10. So let's see if it can just make a nice bounce as Intel did. You sold it. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, traders. Okay, so actually, this is the big news on the market. Core retail sales is out. The market is very optimistic towards this rate cut, and actually, traders, the odds for a 50% rate cut from Friday to Monday, they just increased from 55% to 63 or 67%, which is a quite of a big increase in the odds for the 50%, I mean 0.50 rate cut. And seems like that the market would accept it and even to be happy about it. Well, let's see if it's going to happen or not. This is the big question now. Indeed, all of the markets moved higher except of the triple Q, by the way. So as I told you, especially the semicons just got in a little trouble. and even the Asian Pacific stocks just made a mixed day yesterday. Today, if we just check it, it's mixed. Nikkei is down, but the Hang Seng is higher. Nikkei is down because we are waiting not only for the Fed decision, but Bank of Japan is going to make its interest rate decision as well. Also, based on the last news, they're not going to go for another rate high, interest rate hike. They're going to postpone it to once to December. Let's see if it's going to happen indeed. So today, as I've told you, the core retail sales out, but we are still expecting at 9:15 industrial production, 10 o'clock, business inventories traders, FOMC member Logan speaks, and even the NHHB housing market index is going to be released. So we can say that we will get quite of a busy morning, which is good indeed. And tomorrow, as I told you, the big day is coming. So tomorrow it's the Fed decision day indeed. All right, in the headlines, there are a lot, by the way. I've just found an interesting article. I don't remember where actually, I was just reading a lot today. And do you remember, guys, that I warned you about the credit card debt, and you mentioned as well that they are growing? Nah, the situation at the moment is traders that not even the debt is just hitting highs, but unfortunately, the interest on the debt is just unbelievable high. So Ally Financial yesterday just raised a red flag indeed, because actually seems like that more and more Americans, and it's not just the US, it's not just in the US, but all over the world, they're just grappling with rising car loan and credit card debt. According to the Ally Financial, check, the car loan delinquencies hit a 10-year high of 8%, with major lender Ally warning of an increased late payments and defaults in recent months. And unfortunately, this is a red flag, because this is troubling, since car payments are often the last to fall behind. So traders, let's be careful. Actually, I was just watching a lot of videos. I was reading a lot, lots of articles all around, and I have several economists who I follow who are not the Jim Cramer types, actually, but they're quite, let's call it, famous among the economists who knows what they are talking about. Let's call it like that. And all of them are waiting for a big last parabolic move on the market, but after might a sudden drop. So let's be very much cautious traders, okay? As you know, a lot of starting this week. First of all, Fed rate cut. Second, we are getting really close to the elections, and with this twitch that instead of Biden, Kamala Harris is the nominee next to Trump. This is making the things here harder to read indeed, and I'm sure it's going to impact the markets as well. So actually, in a nutshell, I am still bullish on the market, but tomorrow I'm going to be cautious on that, because no one knows yet what's going to happen, if the Fed is going to go with a 0.25 or with a 0.50. Also, as the odds just raised now to 0. Or for the 0.50 to 63, 67% from the market participants, that they are expecting a 0.50 rate cut. We still don't know how the market is going to absorb the news. So guys, that's it, just in a nutshell, about the economy at the moment. So I am expecting a big volatile day tomorrow and even today. So let's be careful. So this is the Ally Financial red flag. As I've told you, we have a lot of stocks on the move in the meantime, because Microsoft in the news as they announced 60 billion stock buyback. Intel is still on the run. The reason of yesterday run on the Intel, it was because of the intelligence chips demand from the Apple. And on the other side, they are going to design some chips for Amazon as well, AI chips. So this is really good news for the INTC. Next to the INTC, as I've told you, my next big favorite. It's MBLY. I think it's a completely underestimated and oversold a little tech stock which has a bright future. So that's why I am watching MBLY for the longer term. Apple, we have seen it drop yesterday on problem with the iPhone demand, and it's still in red. So if I'm just checking my watch list traders, except of the Apple, most of the big stocks, big tech stocks are back on the track. So I'm really bullish for the start. Also, as I've told you, I'm going to be really cautious with how the market is going to behave before the big day. We just spoke about Asia. Now I just checking Europe, which was nice and bright to the green side. On the DXY index, it's back to almost $100 level. It's waiting definitely for the bigger news for the 0.50 or 0.25% because I mean rate cut, because this can just decide on the dollar index next move. On the rate side, the rates are quite low, 3.63 at the moment. Futures are beautiful green. Oil is climbing back over 70. Gold is still unstoppable around 2,600 level. And finally, the Bitcoin is climbing back as well. So definitely the coin is going to be on my long list for today. But let's see the big movers traders. I told you some of them already, and I'm just going to start my candidates list with the Microsoft. So Microsoft definitely on my list. INTC, MBLY, ARM got some news as well, and coins. So these are on my long list. Let's see though what kind of stocks are just in the red side. I've just seen SCDG with some bad news. So SCDG is going to be on my short list, and like that on sympathy play, most of the um, solar stocks are going to be there as well. What else in the news? I'm just checking here. AI, yeah, Fed to cut rates by a quarter point with a soft landing expected according to CNBC Fed survey. So as you can see, everyone is expecting now. I think this odds for the 0.50 is going to even raising more today after today's trading or during today's trading. All right, so Microsoft news, I've told you, SCDG 6% after a very ugly downgrade, Intel 7%, as I've told you, two very good news for the small stock now. It's not small, but quite extended to the downside. Dell Technologies in the news as well. The computing tech stock added 2% as Mizuho Securities initiated coverage on the stock. So I'm going to move this one to my long list as well. Shopify, I've seen beautiful, nice move to the upside. The reason for that upgrade by Atlantic, Redburn Atlantic. Plugin, it's higher again. Wow, that's amazing. Everything is just going up after a UBS upgrade. Seems like the big investment houses just woke up with in a good mood, and looks like they just give a lot of upgrades after the ugly downgrade on MU yesterday. You remember on that, right? Gannett is here as well. City upgraded the newspaper company, but this is just a $5 stock. If you are interested, I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. What is that? GCI. This stock, sorry. Yeah, GCI, but nice upgrade on the stock indeed. So GCI to the long side, and Flutter Entertainment shares take the higher, as I guess it is an upgrade as well. It's FLUT, sports betting company. They told they're buying Playtech PLC's Italian gaming business, Snaitech. Okay, for 2.56 billion. I'm not sure in this case I want to touch this stock, but I'm going to put it to the secondary list if you like it. Okay, what else to the downside? Because actually I have a lot to the upside. Even HB is here. Beautiful move in the pre-market. It's higher with 4% on the Hewlett Packard. I'm just going to put it now to the secondary list. I don't have too many space left on the long list. But to the short side, actually, I cannot see too much more. SCDG is here, DJT, which is going down, I guess, because of this Trump misery with the election. We can put it to the downside. Apple, I don't know, guys, if Apple can just make a reversal here. Yesterday, it made a very nice doji, which is usually a reversal sign for the stocks, as you know, but it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I mean, on the daily chart, I just cannot see a very big reason to go back if it's not this big gap. But I'm going to be careful with the Apple indeed. Scott already posted his list. I'm just going to post my list as well because actually I just cannot find any more to the short side. And in this case, as the SPY, again, I'm just repeating myself officially, is just touched a new all-time high on the SPY in the pre-market and seems like it continued. I don't think so that shorts are going to be that important. Also, yesterday we have seen quite sudden direction changes traders on the market after a small consolidation, a sudden big red or even a green candle. This is what I'm expecting for today as well. So please be careful, okay? That's why I told you that I am expecting quite of a big volatility. Hi, David. Nice to see you. All right, traders. So that's it for today for the start. One more thing I'm sure Scott is going to mention as well. I mentioned yesterday in the guidance room that the TEFs funded accounts are officially back, traders. The short story or the short story behind it, since it is like the TEFs acquired TradeNet education and like me as well, indeed. So I'm going to be in the future a TEF analyst and support here in the room. And indeed, as I've told you, under new management and with much better circumstances, the TEFs is going to start reselling the funded account packages. At the moment, only for the European traders, unfortunately, still not available to the US traders. But as far as I know, our legal team is working on that. So hopefully they can find out something great. But so far, it's just like in the past, it is not available yet to US traders. But if you are interested for that, please just reach out to me. Okay. Yes, Ahmed. Hi, good morning to you. Do you use a hard stop loss or are you might? Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, I'm not using hard stop loss until the first partial. After the first partial, I am using hard stop loss. Before I'm taking my first partial, usually I do not use it, but actually for the completely new traders, I'm always suggesting to use the hard stop loss, okay? However, if we are having such a crazy volatile times like nowadays, you know what can you do if you need to use a hard stop loss? Be generous with your stop loss, rather short or long, a lower share size, and be more generous with your stop loss. For example, if the technical stop loss is 60 cents, go with $1, okay? And buy or short a little bit less shares on the stock, and like that, you're not going to be shaken out because volatile times, sometimes they just cause a really ugly shakeouts from the trades, okay? So this you can help. Indeed, with this you can help on your trading. All right, traders, so that's it from my side. Enjoy your first hours in the trading. I hope it's going to be a nice green one. And as usual, I'm just going to move to the guidance room. So if you have any questions regarding the funded account, and then just please reach out.
Here's good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Tuesday, second day of the week. Coming off of a nice winning day yesterday, we saw the my trades go 4 for 4. I know that DVG had a nice trading day yesterday as well. Well, we get back into it today on this Tuesday. I want to welcome everybody here in the room and on social media this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time to be part of our community. And thank you for all of the paying clients here in the room. We appreciate that. And if you're new and if you're on the outside on any social media platform and you can hear us, there's a way to come into this room for a 7-day free trial. You can do that. Clifton's got the link posted out there. Click on the link, come on in, check us out, see if it's right for you. Make the commitment to become a better trader. Well, today, Tuesday, we've got a lot of stuff going on. Volatility, we're inching closer to the final Fed minutes that are coming out tomorrow. They are going to meet today, and as they meet today, we're going to see how that turns out. But we've got the futures higher this morning. We're going to talk about that and more. Hopefully, everybody's doing great and really focused on this beautiful Tuesday of trading. We'll be with you today till about 11:30 today. As we usually do, we are focused here on the morning session, right where you can make the money, right where the volatility is, and that's where we just select the right stocks, get on the right trades, get them posted here in the room for everybody. Let's start off with Asia. In the overnight session, we saw the Asian markets a little choppy here. The Nikkei up or down 379. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 238, and the Shanghai and China down 13 points. Combine that with Europe, which is still in session right now. They're green across the board. German DAX up 149. FTSE in the UK up 42, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 64. You combine that with Asia, you've got, let's see, four markets up, two markets down. Both of the markets are in Asia that were down overnight, putting pressure out to the upside of the U.S. futures, and that's exactly what we have. Dow futures up 133, S&P futures up 25, and the NASDAQ futures up 136.5. Oil's up 24 cents this morning, up over $70 once again. And if you're possessing gold this morning, well, gold touched a new high earlier, $2,605 per troy ounce, down $3.30 this morning. Silver's up almost a penny. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is up. Top of the news today, futures are higher. Retail sales increase, and this is going to be the benchmark. Here's a record before the Fed decision, which is tomorrow. And that is a big deal for the rest, I think, of the year. Sets us up. We're set to cut the rates by 1/4 of a point, and they're going to talk about the soft landing. And I'm not too sure that we're going to get a pop or if we're going to get a drop tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see this market on the Wednesday, which happens tomorrow. All right, that is about it this morning. Stocks are going to have to stand on their own. However, we've got the boost from the futures, but everybody is going to be tuned in to that Wednesday session tomorrow to see what the Fed does. And I really believe, as everybody's seen, it's going to be a 1/4 point, and it's going to be a soft landing, and they're not going to mess around with what they've got going on. It's going to be slow and steady as they go forward. And that's really about it from that standpoint of the market. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room, and then we will get today started. We'll get some stocks put in here. I've already posted my list, as well as Aggie and DVG has got his list up here as well. So we're all contributing this morning and ready to rock and roll. Elad, good morning to you. Mike Miguel, good morning. Yep, Lee, what do you say? Good morning. David Orlando, good morning. Ahmed, good morning. DVG, top of the morning to you. Mark O, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Chris L, good morning. Tim R, good morning. Ed, good morning to you, and good morning to everybody on social media platforms. Tony, what do you say? Good morning. Thank you for posting PLTR. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. Good morning, Steve. All right, saw some stocks here this morning. I do like the Microsoft trade here this morning. That's going to be over 338.50. I'll post this here long. So that's going to be, let's see. No, there we go. Hold on. And we're going to be long Microsoft Softy MSFT. Long this morning over the 438.50. 438. Oops. Get back over here. 438.50. There we go. 438.50. Okay, perfect. That's number one. Number two is the Sedge trade under 21. We'll paint this one red. SEDG on the downside in an up market. And this is going to be under 21 bucks this morning. So we've got a nice short, a nice long, and then another nice long here on SHOP. Okay, so we'll post SHOP this morning, SHOP. SHOP long over the 75 mark. We'll see if it dips below 75 before we can get it. It'll be nice. Okay, there we go. Perfect. We got 3 picks this morning that I'm on top of and focused on from my morning homework. And then we've got a lot of volatility in the market with these futures pegged higher. We'll see if we hold on for the day. A couple of things coming up. As Aggie has said, we do have the TEFS packages that Aggie is getting back into. Those are going to be available now. Just want to message Aggie. If you're not in the United States, that's going to work for you. And a lot of people are going to be taking advantage of those. Joining us here in this room as we move forward. And yes, tomorrow is mentoring day. Mentoring day on this Wednesday, and that is going to be with Amir Barak leading the charge here, right here in the 44 trading room. So excited to have Amir back tomorrow. DVG and I will take the morning session here. We'll get him in here just momentarily, and we should be good to go. Calendaring for everybody here. I will be gone on Friday this week and Monday of next week. DVG will be taking over the airways here along with Amir and Aggie. We sure do appreciate everybody coming into the room this morning. We've got a nice packed room and exciting. We're building on that every day. And if you want to be part of it, hit the link. Come on into the room. Check us out at 44trading.com. All right. DVG, are you out there? Wine times. Yep, Tony, that's right. I'll message you as we get out there. What do you say, DVG? How are you? What are you thinking this morning?
Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. What a day. Not surprising. Yeah. We're probably going to see a little more fireworks today than we did yesterday. Yesterday was kind of slow. But here's the thing. Rate cuts tomorrow. Big news on names like Microsoft, Intel, Amazon overnight. So be kind of on the lookout for some of those names. We are over the SPY all-time highs in the pre-market here. Just worth noting, 565, 16, mark the charts. That is the all-time high on the SPY. We're literally there right now. I have a feeling we'll probably open above that. Just be cautious, right? We are at those all-time highs, could prove to be tops. The one thing I will say is looking around, the breadth has broadened across the Qs, across the SPY, and a lot more movement in ancillary names. So instead of the Mag 7 names that we're all kind of used to watching, we're seeing names like Crowd Move. We're seeing names like, I don't know. You could just look around, Intuit, CRM, Datadog. There's a bunch of other names that are still finding some support on like pricing levels. So while I'm not going to plan on trading those ancillary names I mentioned, I am looking at one that is part of both SPY and the Qs, which is UNH. So I'll be looking to short UNH this morning. Try to build a position there. I'd like to see it bounce to 589. We may not get it, but keeping an eye on that this morning. And then also keeping a real close watch on names like Microsoft, Meta. I was trying to build positions to the downside. We did get stopped out on the runners. We did make a nice, green day yesterday, so no worries there. But going to be keeping an eye on coin. I'd like to see a retreat on coin, maybe down to 162-ish, 162.5. If it finds some support there, I'll look like building a long position there. Again, trend is your friend. Right now, the trend is up. So let's see if we open, maybe find some resistance. Good luck, traders. Be safe, trade safe. Keep an eye on the financials sector as well.
And we are open for business this morning. So watching the SEDG trade here this morning, going to be taking a short on SEDG right under 21, target 2050 SEDG. And again, that stock hopefully will come down here as the market starts to go up. A little push down this morning. We're going to take Shopify SHOP, like we said, right over that 75, probably maybe my first trade of the day. I'm going to go long right here at the 75.04. 74 will be my stop loss here. I am long the trade on Shop SHOP. All right. Move this around real quick. There we go. Okay, watch Shop this morning early.
Well, didn't get the bounce I want on UNH. Took off without me. So that's okay. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce soon enough, and I can join that for a short. But looks like markets are pushing higher. I'll be keeping an eye on the Qs over Strong push over 477 and get bullish because we'll be breaking out of that most highly traded zone. If you guys remember, 474 to 476. I'm being patient this morning. Obviously, SPY officially has put in a new all-time high right now. So let's see if we actually get some follow through and a breakout. I imagine we do, just because the breadth of the market is there. Just kind of concerned this, exuberance. Exuberance is always a good time to sell. So I'll be keeping an eye on both directions today. Don't want to go against the trend on a day like today when you're putting in all-time highs, though. I'll be patient.
74 is going to be my stop loss here. The 74 will be my stop on shop.
Kev, thanks for posting. Yeah, we do have some news coming out today to be on the lookout for, without a doubt. Business inventories, Fed Logan speak, retail inventories on autos, excluding autos, month over month at 10. We do have a big, two big auctions today. I'll be keeping an eye on the one at 1 o'clock. That's the 20-year bond auction. And then we have the 42-day bill auction at 11:30. So definitely keep an eye at the 1 o'clock hour. Should be some additional action there.
Okay, watching shop here now. Again, I am in this trade right now. And I'm going to come into Microsoft here at the 438. 438. I'll post this here in the room. Long Microsoft 438, MSFT. Two potential trades here this morning. Sedge looks like it wants to go its own way. EVG, if we hold on today going into tomorrow, which I expect we will, I'm expecting a little sell-off tomorrow, actually, with the news.
Yeah, again, I'd be looking at names that would really benefit from rate cuts. I think First Solar, ENPH, some of those names, CBNA maybe, will likely benefit. The higher the rate cut, the better for them. Again, I just think some of this is a little bit of it. I don't want to say exuberance. Again, I'm not mad at it, right? I don't want to see a recession. I don't want to see markets crash. Definitely don't want to see that. But
Right.
Fundamentally, there's a lot of ancillary things. Whether it's China, whether it's what's happening even in Thailand, right? Thailand decided to do a bailout. So there's just a lot of moving parts right now that I'm paying pretty close attention to more broadly. The good news is there's a lot of deals happening. We're talking like billions of dollars with levered debt. So while that might be good, it's not always so great for the dollar. So we're seeing the dollar lose its buying power. And then the rise, I guess, BRICS Summit's coming up here. I got to find the date, but that also doesn't play in favor for the U.S. dollar. So again, there's certain things I'm just keeping an eye on. don't want to be just perma bear or perma bull right now. It's just kind of the joy of being a trader. You kind of pick your spots. So as of right now, I've got a small short on Apple, but right now it's hard to do that when I'm seeing, Meta push higher. Microsoft obviously is at 438 right now. So, kind of tentative on some of these moves. Keeping an eye still on UNH. I want to see a pop at least to like 588-ish. 589 would be great to close the gap. We'll put a short in there. But they're more like build positions to the downside, just in case we move lower. Because I'm happy to buy more NVIDIA or more, SMCI or these other names. But in case we see the bottom fall out, I want to have some protection.
Here's I am long, again, long shop and long Microsoft right now. Okay, there goes the Sedge trade. Wow. Wow, look at Sedge roll. That is a huge, huge move. SEDG. A shop looking great now. Come on, shop. Again, shop's target's going to be that 75.50. Waiting on Microsoft as well.
Meta is literally $3 away, or no, sorry, 544.23 all-time high on Meta. Keep an eye on that.
Interesting on Sedge. Be a good short, I think, here at that 22 break. Mark it up over 100 points on both sides. Okay, looking good. Come on, shop. Come on, Microsoft, let's go. EVG, are you in anything this morning yet?
No, just have a small short on Apple right at the open, and it's a build position. So if we start to push over the close, I'll probably dump it. But again, it's more or less protection. I'm keeping an eye on the Qs. I may build some call options there. If we can get over 477, I'll get bullish. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on coin, keeping an eye on UNH. Wanted to see that pop up to 588, 589. Maybe start building a short position there, but then I run the risk of getting run over. So just being patient today.
Yep.
Nice move on Microsoft, by the way. Strong push breakout coming.
Big time move on Microsoft, and this is where I come out of the trade right here at this 440. I'm going to wait till 441. Let's go. 440, 440.93, 440.85. Microsoft, come on, come on, come on. 441.12, 441.11. I am out of the trade. 3/4 of the trade out. Microsoft, very first trade of the day, a winning trade here on Microsoft. That was really, really nice there. 438 entry and 441 coming out of it. And listen, if you're keeping score there, that's a 3-point trade there on Microsoft to start the day. 3 points. Now we just need shop to come on, break out to the upside here over the VWAP, and we'll have this day made in short order this morning. One trade on Microsoft, big 3-point move. Let's go.
Video literally hanging on to the 200 5-minute.
Anything under the 440.50, I'll come out of all shares.
Didn't have time to post. I did get a small position started on UNH to the downside at 585. I'll post that here. UNH 585.
There you
We
go.
start to move lower. Happy to add. Nice reversal there on Meta. Look like it's gonna take off. Nvidia though pretty tentative this morning. So keep an eye on that. Watching coin right now, seeing if we bounce off this 162 level. Big buy zone for
Nvidia's a laggard this morning for sure.
Again, keeping an eye on the SPY right now, trying to push those all-time highs and break out. Arguably, there's blue skies up there, likely some resistance, people trying to take profit up here. But if we start getting directionally moved, meaning Qs get over 477, I would get bullish on these markets. So names like SMCI, I'm keeping an eye on. Names like Coin, I'm keeping an eye on. UNH had just added a small position.
There's I am out. All shares Microsoft. All shares Microsoft. I'm done. Okay, the only thing I have right now is Shopify.
581.50 is my target breakdown for UNH.
Let's take a look at that PANW. Kev, see what you got here. Nice move. Doing it with very little volume. Looks good to the downside. UYPL. Oh yeah, looks great over that 72 area, right where it's at right now. PayPal.
Just added a
What's
little
wrong
more
with
to
Shop?
UNH. A little more to UNH here. We'll see if we get the breakdown here, counting on it. You know, I have like pretty decent sized position on UNH to the downside. Nvidia breaking lower now. Watch the Qs, guys. Be careful. If you are long, don't be afraid. You can always add to your position.
Like I said, I'm all out of the Microsoft trade, just in Shop right now. Let's see what this market does on the pullback. $0.14 to go for the stop out on Shop. Again, small share size to start on Shop. I wanted to add to it, make it great, but I haven't been able to do that, and it's going in the wrong direction now. Let's see if we hold on here. Coin's still up for the day, right? Trust it with a bounce here.
Yeah, keep an eye on Coin at 162. You can hold that level.
I'm going to come up here long 162.50 on Coin. I'll post it here in the room. I might miss out on a little bit of the move, but I want to be sure we get a reversal here off the bottom. Could probably try 162. See what it does here. $0.12 to go. 162.50 entry on Coin, COIN. I'm looking for that 163.50 up towards that blue VWAP line there. Any thoughts on Tesla?
581.50 on UNH. So I'm gonna let it go a little bit longer. Let's see if I can get a bigger breakdown. Now we'll take a partial, basically when this candle fills. I want to see again below 581.50. I'd like to see a little bit more of a stripe down, but we might find some support here. That's kind of a level I had marked on UNH. Horseshoes and hand
I'll
grenades.
post it.
Might be taking a partial soon.
I'll go 222 Tesla. I got two trades coming up here now. Those of you that are in the Microsoft trade, I'm out of it, and I'm about ready to come into coin and watching Tesla. So coin and Tesla here going forward.
I'm kind of liking Meta to build a short position, maybe at the 542 level, and if we take out the all-time high, I'll be out of that position, but it might be too late. We'll see. And keeping an eye on the cues, 5 minute, we're tagging the 200 right now and holding. So that's a good sign if you're bullish. I would say if you see a break under 474 today, and more importantly, under the close of yesterday, be careful. We might see some profit taking early, but I have a feeling bulls are going to step in today because SPY hit an all-time high. Is that the double top? Which is kind of why I'm tempted to short. And if I'm wrong, I don't mind. I can turn around and go bullish, right? Just keep an eye on this 474 level on the cues.
Okay, we got a winner here on Tesla. Let's go. And watch coin. Again, coin looking decent here, 162.50. And target 163.50, maybe 164 if we get going here. Tesla's going to pay out. You're looking fantastic. Again, Tesla entry here at 222. Going to get it up over this VWAP here. We should be looking good here on Tesla entry.
If I see UNH bounce here at this 581.50 level again, I'll take a partial. Overall, nice trade. I'd like to see some follow through though. Maybe a break into the 580s. That would be great, but Meta is just a beast today. What's going on there? Be watching that 542, maybe even a 543 level. To get that 543, I may start building a short. We'll see. UNH, we got the break. I'll wait. See if we can get a deeper cut. Okay, just took a partial on UNH. Still have several shares to run. So let's see what happens. If we get a nice break, we'll keep getting.
Go Tesla, go. We are there. 222. We're going to go 223 on the trade now, and coin looking fantastic. You're in the coin trade, 162.50. And we're going to be targeting over that 163.50 here, 1 point. We should get it here. We should get this trade. Let me go ahead and move Microsoft over to shop since we're done with the Microsoft trade.
Anything below 215.50 on Apple, I will add to my short position.
Go coin, go.
Yeah, we could get a bounce here off the VWAP, but again, happy to switch gears and go long. Keeping a real close eye on the SPY right now. SPY has a little bit more room to the downside for it bounces down to 56340-ish. Where 200 is, it doesn't have to move there, but just kind of looking to see if we maybe get slight pullback, show some resilience from the bulls to bounce off that level. Let's see what happens. So we're roughly break even right now in Apple. It's just kind of dancing around, green and red. Don't really mind that. UNH, big trade for me this morning. Thanks for profits. Keeping an eye on Meta, seeing if maybe we get a 542.5-ish entry. I don't know. We'll see. Seems to be a pretty strong
On Tesla, don't poop out on us now.
Watching NVIDIA now, approaching the 200 on the 5-minute. We see some strength in NVIDIA, and we see the Qs push over 477. You can count on me getting pretty bullish this market. Keep an eye on JPM as well.
I mean, I can't see. I mean 232, right? Well, no, 222 on 232 on Tesla, right? Yeah. Can't see. Getting old. 233 target Tesla. 233 target. How's that, Mark? Okay, coin looking good. Remember, coin entry the 162.50, 163.50 target. Here comes Tesla. Again, 233 Tesla target, 233 Tesla target. My nephew just texted me, said that they out in Utah, those of you guys that are out on the west, they got their first snow. How about that?
Very tempted to hit Meta right now. The downside, it's just so strong today. And I wanted that 542 handle. May not get it. I'll be patient, but I don't know. It's just a pretty strong move from yesterday down at 518 to 539. Who's not going to want to take some profit up at that level? We're approaching all-time highs. The counter argument's also true, right? If the Qs and the SPY continue higher, who do you think is going to run to that all-time high first? I think it'll likely be NVIDIA. It's just been a monster today.
Come on, Tesla, don't stop.
And watching the SPY closely, I would like to see a breakdown to 563.40 and then bounce off of that to really show that the bulls are here to stay. We don't have to do that, guys, but remember, a previous high was 564.84, followed by the all-time high of 565.16, and we put in an all-time high today, 565.57. So SPY definitely really leading the charge today. I'm seeing a little more breadth in the Qs, so it's not just our favorite names, NVIDIA, Tesla. These names obviously are going to help, but I've been looking more broadly into other names as well that might support the Qs. Boeing in deep trouble here. I think someone was talking about Boeing short, but yeah, it looks like that could be a short. Only issue is 155. We find some buyers. We break 155. I mean, the 12-month low is 154.02. So if you get a break under 154, and I don't know where the low is going to be there, 152.50 maybe.
Big time move on Tesla. This is going to be a huge trade for me and a huge day starting off now. Out of the Tesla shares now at the 224.15. I am out. All shares Tesla. I've taken everything off the top of Tesla. I don't want any of that interfering now. And now we've got coin for 3 in a row this morning. COIN. 234.15 on Tesla. I am out. All shares. Coin trade right now looking great at that 163.72, 163.64. Remember, our entry on coin is 162.50. So I'm going to take 3/4 of the trade off right here, giving me $1 move up into this nice V bottom recovery or V bottom blast off, if whatever you want to call it. And traders, we are off to the races here this morning. That is 3 winning trades in a row. The morning session is getting it done today as well as yesterday. We got 2 winning days in a row to start off this beautiful week. I got to tell you, I get pumped when it happens like this because we put a lot of effort into this morning session, a lot of research into the stocks and the way that we play them. And it's just worked out wonderfully this morning. Both Tesla and coin firing higher now. Market in gear. Let's go. Let's go.
I was keeping an eye on coin, and I just didn't muster up the energy to take it long. I'm glad you did, because that was the level. You hit the level, and
yep.
Okay, so look at you go now. You're up 1.5 points, and that's brilliant.
Yep, big time move.
Yep. Keeping an eye on the Qs now, guys. 477 is where I want to get bullish. The SPY is looking like it's going to put in a new all-time high yet again. So maybe not shorting Meta. I don't know. But
how could you not? Come on.
No. Yeah, I mean, 542. I love that level for Meta, but I don't know. Just if the SPYs continues to break out, we're likely going to see a move on the Qs. So that's my indicator that I'm watching more than anything, because I like to play the tech sector quite a bit, is the Qs. So over 477, and I don't mean like exactly 477. It's got to be like 477.40, something to that effect. By then we should see the SPY leading us much higher, but that's where I can get kind of a little more bullish on these tech names, because that'll be breaking out of that big range that we've been talking about for a long time, guys. 474 to 476. So if I see a point push validation on the Qs to 477, and I'll be looking at names like NVIDIA, right? Because NVIDIA will likely help carry markets. Apple, I think, it may be a benefactor. I don't know. Investors are smart about it. Apple is not the right bet right now, given how they plan to roll out their phone. But trading price action, I'm not trading how I feel. Very nice move on coin. Coin should rip. 165 plus, it's out of here. Go say hello to 170s. But
it's gonna be a nice comeback when it does get there, really.
What I'm really nervous, or I shouldn't say nervous about, and I've been trying to not necessarily time the tops, but build positions near the highs. And Meta is one of those names. For those who know, I don't know if Linda's here today. It's probably one of my favorite stocks to short. I'd say probably number one would be Snowflake. Probably my top stock that I like to short. They've got a pretty good batting average on shorting snow. So, all right, guys, I'm going to trim up a little more on UNH. We got a nice partial, got paid. So not going to complain about that one. I'm just going to take off some exposure here just in case. I mean, this thing can move $2-3 at a time. I don't want to risk that. So winning trade on UNH. Coin might be the trade I missed today, but that's okay. I'm glad, Scott, you were able to take advantage of that. And Meta, now I'm watching on with bated breath. VA randomly getting a pop here, finding some buyers right there off the bottom. We talked about that 155 handle getting some love. So let's see how BA plays out today. SMCI, very tentative this morning. Same with NVIDIA. So as long as I see those two names that are kind of leading the chip sector. In fact, I'm going to get rid of the UNH chart on my side just because it's on autopilot now. Got my stops in place. But like even if you take a look at AMD pushed to 155. It's now at 152. Is that an opportunity to get long? Look at this, look at the SPY. SPY's breaking out now. 566. Here come the Qs.
Let's go.
But this should be, obviously, I think the Qs will start to follow the SPY if this continues. But seeing the Qs this tentative when the SPY is, literally just going, hey, we're moving higher, is kind of concerning. A little concerning. I'm kicking myself on that coin trade, Scott. What a nice move you got.
Yeah, it's really paying off now.
165. That thing should just release. Start snapping up those short sellers above 165.
Taking off 100 more shares on coin here. 200 to go, COIN.
Very nice. Very, very nice. As a trade I liked, you took it. I didn't.
Yep.
Well played, sir. Well played. Yeah, Mark, Sedge, I'd be careful. I'd be looking to, FSLR, maybe ENPH outside of Sedge, just because Sedge is, I suppose it could have a big move too, right? It's just not in the solar space, not my favorite. What's surprising is Intel had some exceptional news partnership with Amazon for its upcoming AI chips, and no surprise, it gets sold into. Pops up to $23. Now we're down to $21.50. I might be looking to add that to my portfolio. Actually, it's not the highest yielding name. I don't, necessarily love it, but it's hard to deny. I don't know about you guys, but what chips in your computer? I've got an Intel i9 plus, got a GPU on mine, an NVIDIA GPU, but it's hard to deny they're everywhere. The big challenge is they haven't stepped forward with this AI craze to build chips. So I think that's where a big concern for a lot of these investors are. But with that partnership with Amazon, look at Amazon. Amazon is up at what, 188.76 now? That was a stock I wanted to be long this morning, but didn't really take it. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Qs here. We see a 477 print. This market could take off on us. Watching NVIDIA here, maybe 118. Actually, I might get in here. Let's do 117.70 NVIDIA. Just got in. That'll be a build if we move higher. 117.70. I'm posting it now. But my stop loss will be really tight. 117.34 is going to be my stop.
Hey, traders, I'm going to take the last, look at the coin trade here. I'm going to take the last 100 shares off, actually 200 to go, 100 off right here. And I'll just keep that 100 for prosperity here, see if we continue this breakout as DVG calls it here, right at the top. Really, really special here move on COIN. And that, my
It's on,
friends, is how
I
you
think
do the morning.
170. I think 170 is within reach.
Yeah.
I mean, 168 at a minimum. There's so much overhead supply there on coin
Let's
that
go.
these short sellers, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while now, becoming a potential, an additional asset class. And I think it's officially here, especially with the dollar doing what it's doing in the last couple of days. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to it. I know I've been talking about it. We're seeing the dollar get weaker, which is not really great for markets. There's two kind of counter arguments there. One is if you see a debasement of currency, that means you likely need to print more, buy more, and AKA move markets like a hockey stick to the upside. The counter argument there is if we lose reserve currency status, what does that mean for our markets more broadly? Forget the rate cuts. That's a whole different conversation. So again, moving to coin or Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, I think is high probability, and we're seeing that today. And unfortunately, I chickened out. All that 162 level, we literally barely broke beneath it. Totally could have made that my entry and then stop out at low of day. But super happy for you, Scott. You took advantage of that trade. It's a beautiful trade.
Yeah.
I've been looking 167, 168 at a minimum for us to get to today. And then 170, if we see 170, you can see that thing really skyrocket.
It'd just be nice if this market held on today. It looks like that's what we're going to do. I mean, coin is just absolutely a rocket ship right now. Tesla pulling back, but got to tell you, it's looking like this day is going to be decent running into tomorrow's rate change. So yeah, I cannot tell you how important it is to take the morning session very seriously here, because there's a lot of great calls in this morning session, a lot of great trades, and pretty much done with the day right now. Just about 45 minutes into the day. I mean, really no reason to trade unless I see something fantastic. I'll try to restrain myself from pushing the button right here. But again, that's not to say that I won't. It's just that you don't want to mess up a perfect day, right?
Looking like I might get stopped out on this NVIDIA trade. Again, luckily it's a build trade. Again, I'm not so convinced that the big tech names want to move higher just yet. And obviously huge blast off on Microsoft and Meta pre-market. But I'm also thinking, like how high can Meta really reach? I don't know. I don't even think it's worth 540 bucks. 538 bucks for that matter. I think it's more like a $260 stock personally, but what's the old saying, guys? Trade what you see, not what you feel. And very tempted to build a short position, but if I see Qs take off, Meta and Microsoft are probably going to be the first names I look to attack for a bullish move. I missed coin. You could argue, well, is there still room? Sure, but I wasn't as brave as Scott this morning. I'll tell you that. Very nice move. Here goes your breakout. 167. Watch this thing take off now. 167 to 168 should be an immediate move. On coin. Any of you guys join Scott on that coin trade? That's a monster trade. 4 points on a $160 stock, guys. 3% move. That's huge.
Yeah,
Ed, you did
time.
land. Cool. Ed,
right
awesome. Send Scott some love, would you guys? That's a great trade.
Right on. Right on.
There we go. We got stopped out of NVIDIA. Again, I think this is maybe we see some of the bigger tech names roll over. I'm still short Apple. Like I said, if I see anything under 215.50, I'm going to add to that. Meta's 200 EMA on the 1 minute is down at 536.40. Probably see some resistance there. But if you look at the 5 minute, 531 is kind of where that 200 EMA is. That would require markets to roll over. But I don't know. SPY doesn't look like it wants to stop. I'm liking the JPM trade potentially here, the upside, keeping an eye on it, showing some strength here. SMCI though, do I short that thing? I don't know.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm out all shares coin, COIN.
Very nice.
Done with the trade. And we'll see. Maybe this will give us an opportunity to come back into the trade. I mean, you could see 166 maybe on this pullback, see if it comes back to 165 first.
Very surprised at the Qs right now, guys. We're outside of that 476 highly traded zone, but I mean, just as soon as it starts to inch just outside of that zone, it gets knocked right back down. So it's anybody's ball game right now. Obviously, if you were a bull into today, you made some money on several names. And I still think Apple 212, 210 by the end of the week, no matter what the Qs do. So if I'm thinking that, that'll have an impact on the Qs naturally because it's a big holding. So I think that's a big reason why we're seeing a strong push in Microsoft and Meta, kind of carry the weight that is Apple. It's kind of losing the Qs a bit. So if we see those names start to slip, Apple should follow, or we'll see the inverse, right? Apple picks up some buyers, and maybe see a pullback in Microsoft and Meta. And then again, I could be wrong on all matters. That's a probability. JPM looking great though, guys. Right here, 208.80 maybe. Maybe build a position there. We talked about the two sectors, what we want to see to be bullish. I know you guys remember them, so I'm not going to ask, but it's tech and financials. So if we're seeing positive movement in financials and not in tech, what do you think is going to happen? Here come the Qs.
Come on, baby.
Oh no, Meta.
I'm going to try it again, 166. 166 here on the coin trade. COIN long 166. Small stop loss here, 165 stop loss.
Oh, Meta.
Small share size. Let's see if we can get it to go here. 166 is on deck right now.
Just breaking my heart a little bit.
Long the stock. Let's see if we get that lift now to high of day. Remember, 165 will be my stop loss. And 166 and a half, I will add to the trade to go full share size, confirming the move higher.
Well, guys, I chickened out on two positions today. Meta, short, would have got paid major here. And coin long. Coulda, shoulda, woulda is what it is.
Yep. Sometimes afraid to push the button. I get it. Been there plenty of
Yep.
times.
I think a big reason too is we had a nice day yesterday. Just shy of we'll call it mid threes. Not a bad day. JPM moving nicely. Still watching Apple for my ad under 215.50. That'll be a market order ad, right? Because I want to see that stock down at 212. Look at Meta now, 534. And if it bounces off 531, guys, and we see markets holding up, that might be your entry for a long. I'll be keeping an eye on that. And it's 531, 532-ish, give or take. Man, what a monster move that would have been. Shucks. Okay. JPM's not a huge mover, so I'll wait to do an ad, but
Okay, watch coin take the top off here now.
watching NVIDIA now, potentially coin. The two trades that I really wanted, maybe three. So first one was UNH. We managed to crush that one. Did well. Second was coin. All right, you guys heard me talking about it all morning. 162, 162, 162. And I was watching, fiddling around with other stocks. And Meta short above 541, 542 would have been awesome. We got there, and seeing how strong it was, I thought maybe we would try the all-time high. A hesitation cost me 7 points, 6 points, 5 points even. On Meta alone, coin, 4 points. So just between those two guys, 10 points. Let's just say I hit them for, I don't know, half size position. Oof. Only reason I'm sharing that is to show we're all human. As traders, we're all
That's
human.
right. No doubt about it.
Guys, keep an eye on NVIDIA here. I think markets are firming up. I may get stopped out of this Apple short, which I don't really mind. I was trying to build into that 216-ish level. 216.81 will be my stop. Actually, I'll give it a few more cents above that 216.85, just because that 216.81 was a level of that I had marked as an ideal entry point for a short. So I see it breach that, I'll get out of that position. Guys, watch the cues. 477, let's just call it 47720 plus. Hit the bid. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? We need him. Not to be seen as financial advice, guys. It's your money. Trade it how you want to.
Coin looking fantastic. We just broke above that, pulled right back. Just keeping an eye on it right here. I'm going to come out soon.
Is this the dump on Meta?
I'm still in the shop trade, yes. I still have small share size, Justin.
I'm watching the chip sector right now pretty closely, guys. NVIDIA, 118, big level. SMCI, 452, call it, big level. In fact, I may take SMCI at 452 here long.
Yeah, you could take shop over 75 now. Watch this on the breakout here to the upside.
Probably going to get stumped here on Apple. We had a baby losing trade on NVIDIA, the long side, with an almost immediate stop out, which is fine. That cost me, 40 bucks. So not worried about NVIDIA. This Apple position, we're down about $116. But on UNH, guys, we did just fine. What to do, what to do. 464 call options for tomorrow. What are they worth now? 220, 230?
Take a look, Tesla again. It looks good, 233. Just like that coin trade looked like at the breakout there, Ukram. Looks good. Should get paid if you take the Tesla trade here. As long as the momentum continues to move higher, we're good.
All right, this decision time now, guys, on the Qs. We're at the 10:30 mark. Do we breach 477 or do we come crashing down to the close?
It's going to be interesting here to see what happens.
Tempted to put some put options here on the Qs. Very tempted. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll get real close to the money, maybe that 474 strike. I'm coming at $2.38 right now. I'll pick up a few on the Qs just in case we break this VWAP and we head lower and we look for long positions. So if we break lower, great. If we start to move over 477, I'll get out of those put options. It's a pretty cut and dry trade there. Trading them basically as if I was trading shares. Difference is, get a little leverage with options. What's going on with Apple? It's just slowly climbing higher. Don't really like that.
Yeah, not a ton of action there. Coin could fire any time here. We got the spike above. We need a little bit more, though.
This feels like bulls are waiting to just shred any bearish, anyone shorting. So my Qs could be in trouble here pretty quick. This isn't really even a battleground. I think it's just looking for supply. Apple, perfect example. If we see red on the markets, I'll be happy. I could stop that at Apple here. I'm watching that 216.84. Looks like we're about to get it right now. All tomorrow.
165 stop. 165 stop on coin.
Yeah, Paul, it's a 474 strike tomorrow expiration. In case we see a pullback, because the big thing for me is the bottom of that highly traded zone we've been talking about for several months is 474. If we breach that to the downside, I think the close of the day is a likely bounce on the Qs, just because I don't think bulls want to give away full control just yet. But if there is follow through, great. We get to take advantage of some of that move, right? So that's kind of, seeing Qs protect the VWAP, same with the SPY. You got to be inclined to think that bulls are trying to defend. I think bears are trying to figure out, like, do we even come in at these all-time highs on the SPY? Let's see bulls start to take profit and then add to the selling volume to push markets lower. And I think that's the only way you get the bears to really get invited to this party. We're starting to see that kind of on the SPY, tentative up at those highs. I think bears are trying to test the bulls to say, like, okay, well, what if we short more? Do you come and run us over? So little game of chicken seems like they're playing. I'll tell you one thing: if you are bullish this market, you do not want to see the Qs below 474 today. I'm watching Meta here at this 535. Does it hold?
Just at the gate here on coin. It's either do or die. I'll have to come out of the trade.
Hey, I'll take it. I'm up 15% on these contracts right now.
Nice.
See if I can take a quick partial. I grabbed 10 of them. I think, Paul, you were asking. I grabbed 10 of those. Entry price was 236, I think. 235, something like that. They're now printing at 280. Not bad. I'll take a few off. There we go. Arguably, why not hold it and let it go? I mean, it's because we're seeing just this real tentative move. We're seeing Meta start to retreat under that 535. So I think, again, 531 is possible, 532 at least. Apple got really close to stopping me out. We're still in. So again, we talked about paying yourself first, right? So happy to always pay myself. Do I miss out on some of the leg of the move? Maybe. But I'm not going to be greedy. Come here to make money. So we got our partial on the Qs at 276. My entry on it was 236. So we made 40 cents. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but when you're talking 10 contracts, it's equivalent to 1,000 shares, basically. So on that trade alone, we made almost 400 bucks. Right, because I still have a couple left. That's not a bad move in 5 minutes, right? This is kind of like the
good protection on the longs here too. You know, when you use that strategy.
I mean, I'm still kind of bearish collectively. I mean, I just didn't want to. I got to look at SMCI, right, with $1.18 spread. I was thinking about shorting that originally on SMCI, and seeing Nvidia kind of stabilize right under this 118. If we see Nvidia over 118, that thing should take off. And the same is true for the Qs. So I'm not here to arm wrestle a trend, which is to the upside, but notice on the Qs, all the topping tails at 47680, 47670, 47649, right? So if we start to see a push here on the Qs, obviously I don't mind to get rid of the 2 contracts I got left, which whatever. What am I going to lose? 10 bucks? 20 bucks? I don't really mind. But now I'm risking 20 bucks, but I banked almost 400. Kind of an easy trade there. Look at Boeing. What the heck is going on there? That thing looked like it was for sure going to collapse. And now someone loves that stock.
Okay, traders still in coins, still have a little bit of shop.
Fulcrum, maybe I'd keep an eye on your stop loss. Right, so if you're going to go in 584, you'd need to have a 586 stop, so 2 points, and you'd be expecting at least 582. We're seeing buyers build up. I talked about the 581.50. That was a key level I saw as like a take profit for today. So can it break that again? I don't know. You'd have to count on markets moving lower, just because UNH is a part of the Qs. It is part of the SPY. I was bearish this morning just based on price action from yesterday, and you may want to look for a better entry, maybe around the 587 area, so that your stop is, but at that point you might be breaking out. So I don't like this setup as much as I did this morning, just because again this thing can move. It's 40-cent spread. It's not huge a spread on a big spread on a 500, almost $600 stock, but yeah, I would trade cautiously on that one. If you want to build there, maybe just know that 586 is probably within reach on UNH. Google reached 161 today. It's pretty cool. Good for them. I think Apple's going to run me over here, unfortunately, guys. Looking pretty bullish. I think the SPY wants to take off and say, hey, Qs, are you with me? Keeping an eye now on Meta. Maybe this above 536. Let's see. They said I wanted to short SMCI. Didn't take it because of the spread. Hit the Qs instead. And it's 6 points lower. Tell you what, guys, I'm calling some pretty great trades. I'm just not taking them. Unbelievable. And then the ones I am taking, like an Apple, they're going against me. That's bogus. JPM is kind of, I mean, I don't know. I don't. It's a smaller position. It's a build position. Heck, I could keep this position. If we go down below, I'll give it 10 cents below my entry. Now you know what? I'll give it 40 cents. I'll give it 40 cents below my entry. It's about 208.40. Reach that, go lower. I'm going to be out of JPM. I don't mind holding that. Let's see if we actually get a shift in markets towards financials. I'm getting kind of beat up as of late, so maybe we see some rotation, maybe we don't. Yep, Jared, I'm right there with you. I'm watching the video as well. That 118 to 118.10 is kind of a battle zone. Yeah, that was 100.
Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes into the trading day, traders, I have coin left over. I have shop, and I'm just here sitting watching market direction. In fact, best thing to do right now is to on the charts that we're watching, I'll not get rid of Tesla, but I'll replace Tesla with the triple Qs because that's going to be our guiding light here as we get into this mid-morning session.
You know, I'm going to be curious. I won't be able to see it till likely after the day. I'm sure I can pull up options chains, which I'll do here in a minute. But I think what might be happening at this 565 level on the SPY, I think there's probably some people building put options as we move higher. Simply because what's the reaction tomorrow going to be? Move higher or move lower? Meanwhile,
Don't you think tomorrow everything is just anticipated, right? I mean, it's most people, if you were to ask them that are plugged in, would say, hey, this is the way it's going to go. We're going to get a cut tomorrow.
All right, guys, we talked about the Qs, 477. You know, ran me over on the additional contracts I had, which is fine. You know, but seeing this breach, this 477.40 zone, where I think it's time to get bullish. NVIDIA, we talked about the 118.10 level. That might be the entry. I may get in a little late here. 118. I'll put it out there. 118.10. NVIDIA. Okay, 118.10. It might just run away from me, which is fine. Then we're talking about Meta too, 536 area. Now it's at 538. I don't want to buy it there. Look at the SPY now, guys. Just pushing it higher. Wow.
Breaking out at the top now. This is great. Coin not participating at all. I'll probably get rid of coin here coming up if we hit that 166 again. Market on a big breakout now to the upside.
Yeah, I'm in on NVIDIA at 118.10. Just got filled. Literally, my stop loss again on this one's going to be pretty tight. Give it to 117.70. And if we get over 118.50, I'll add. It looks like Apple's going to probably tag me in just a moment. Look at this. There's the push on the Qs, guys.
Go. Nice.
Is it a fake out?
Well, we bunched up at the top. That's a great pattern there for the breakout on the Qs, and it's exactly what it did. Love trading that pattern. Even on the Qs or on individual stocks, it's just a great pattern to trade. That's a breakout trade at the top and really looks good. really paid off here on the Qs. Very nice so far.
All right, Apple. I'll give you till 217. I'll be out of that trade. I'll tell you what, I'm a little concerned that the Qs haven't pushed stronger to the upside right now. That 477.40 level should have been a monster breakout for the Qs. We're not seeing it. We're seeing my NVIDIA position dance around, green to break even. Don't love that. Meta kind of retreating back to the 200. It should have been the breakout on the Qs right now. I don't like this NVIDIA trade anymore. I'm going to get out early, guys. Really small losing trade. You could argue be patient on that one, but I just don't like that SMCI is moving lower. It's being tentative at that 118.5 level. Like, I don't love that. You know what? That might do it for me. I don't want to get chopped up here. I'll put a couple of alerts out there. Still have the short on Apple. Just don't want to get banged up on soft moves higher and then big pullbacks. Can't add to a losing trade on Apple, but man, I want to add big time up here. Strong pullback now on SMCI. AMD holding up okay. Let's get this. Yeah, SMH looks good. In the stocks. Intel catching a bid. It looks like. What's Dell doing? No. Dell had a nice move pre-market, pulling back. MongoDB coming down.
Okay, Jim, take care of yourself. Enjoy. A little bit of choppy action now after we topped out and have pulled down.
Yeah, I might be in the same camp as Jim here in a minute. I do have the short still on Apple. 217 is the stop. That'll be the hard stop I have on that. Again, don't love. I may be looking to like build some short positions if we, see an aim lower. Names that are kind of, I think, I don't want to say overvalued, but overpriced maybe.
I think in this case, though, you're also looking at possibly going long on the pullback. If you
Sure.
believe
Yeah.
that the market is, if the market is moving higher, which we continue to see today, then I think any type of pullback, quote unquote, would be viable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching Nvidia pretty closely, but you know, tried that 118.10 to go long. Didn't like the topping tail we put in. Got out early. We're now right around where I was gonna get out, which is the VWAP. If we break that VWAP, I'm curious to see if we get some momentum built up on Nvidia. We're seeing it on the Qs and the SPY right now, so there could be a little bit of a drawdown here. Hopefully, we get a nice move on Apple. Again, if we get up below that 215.50, I'll add a nice chunk of change, but I'll be patient.
Well, and here we go again with the with the pullback. Now it's a lot of that earlier move has been brought back down. So we'll see if this stands on its own. I don't think you see any news out there, DVG, at all. I don't see anything.
No, but we do have coming up today. Just pull up there. So we do have the big bond auction. So one's at 11:30. The 42-day bill auction is happening 11:30, and then we have the 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. So I think at 1 o'clock we'll start to really see kind of what the interpretation is of bonds, yields, treasuries. Um, it's going to be important. So for those of those of us that are day trading, it's important to watch the bond market, especially right now. As we're seeing treasury yields, dance around, looking what institutions are doing around equity risk premiums. Are they dumping that into markets? Are they, offsetting that with options potentially? Again, my big thing right now, I'm not a forex trader, but I do understand currencies quite a bit. And the concern I'm having right now is if you look at the USD to Japanese yen, I'm talking about that for a while because that carry trade that happened that we saw completely tank markets not too long ago, we're literally at the same level right now. And if you look at the Dixie, which is the dollar index, it's also moving lower. And I think, I talked about this, I don't know, maybe a week ago. And now I think it's kind of, I don't want to say comical, but now you're hearing it on the news. So does that mean that sometimes by the time you hear it in the news, now everybody knows. So you kind of lose your edge. But I think this is where big reason why I'm kind of more bearish right now, even though we're moving higher. I don't mind being bullish and taking my points on the way up. I'm almost trying to find protection to the downside because looking at the macro data, it's not good, candidly. But again, don't want to spark fear, doom and gloom, because guess what, guys? I could totally be wrong, which frankly, I hope I'm wrong. But it doesn't hurt to have some protection. Realistically, any kind of short position I'm putting in place right now, if I do plan on holding it through, which I probably won't, probably hold it through today at the latest. But I'm trying to protect my portfolio as well. I own names like Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, even. I just own them from years ago, so I don't want to see those profits diminish, nor do I want to cash out is there in my portfolio. So it's kind of, I don't know. Right now, everything is saying we're bullish. So it's hard to be bearish when we're, I mean, all-time highs on the SPY. You really want to be bearish. But an insurance policy, I'll take it.
Yeah, no doubt.
NVIDIA is protecting that 200 EMA, like, you know, big time right now. MU doing pretty well. AMD doing pretty well, comparatively speaking. The SMCI and NVIDIA right now. Coin, I don't think Coin cares today. Pull back to the VWAP, holds the VWAP. We're now up $1.50 off the VWAP. I'm actually tempted to hit Coin here in a minute.
Yeah, big move on Coin higher.
And personally, I want to see Apple like $200 would be awesome by tomorrow. I don't know if
Yeah, you're not asking
that,
much, are you?
No, not a whole lot. But in all seriousness, right? Like, I don't know, 212 today would be phenomenal on Apple because it kind of, I'll say proves me right, but really just, I don't know. Why would you buy a phone that's almost $2,000 that the software on the phone has to be downloaded or cloud related? Like, I don't know. I get why they're doing it, just because Apple Intelligence isn't accepted in EU or China. I understand that. You know, it makes sense from a business standpoint. But if you look at a revenue standpoint, like the margin of error goes up, the usability goes down. Security, in theory, they're saying is, incredibly high. But, you know, until someone hacks it, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's a different, way different than anything they've ever shipped before. And I'm counting on investors to try to figure that out. But it is Apple, the biggest companies in the world. NVIDIA can very well break here or bounce. Scott, your call. You're a lot more bullish than I am today. But we're right
Yeah, I
at
mean,
200.
Yeah, and it's all about the overall it's all about the overall index here, moving higher. And if it can, if we balance right here and then get over that VWAP, I mean, big move to the upside, I think.
I have to call my guys at Goldman, tell them to dump all their shares in Apple. One time, it was like a standing joke I had with Linda, one of our traders here. I'd call my guys at Goldman. She'd call our guys at Morgan Stanley. Make markets move. It was a joke. We don't really have guys that can do that, right? But folks, whatever you want to call them. You had a great day today, though, huh, Scott?
Yeah, very good day, and bouncing off of a nice day from yesterday into today. These markets, we just got, I just got the right trades. Took a little chance on this dip here, but in the back of my mind, and that's the one thing that I want to convey to all the traders. In the back of my mind, I just thought today was going to be, looking at the futures and looking at where we're at as far as the Fed announcement tomorrow. I just saw a green day for the overall market. And as we always talk about, the trend is your friend, right? So if the trend is higher, I wanted to take every opportunity on any type of dip, any type of pullback to go long the market. And it paid off in a big way with some of the stocks here, especially when you have, a couple of full-size share trades. It sets the day up for a beautiful, beautiful winning day. So yeah, very, very good day, and we'll continue to see what this day holds. And then tomorrow, man, we're going to be all over this thing. In fact, I'll be here in the afternoon tomorrow to trade that news. So we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, I may come back at 1 o'clock just to keep an eye on what the bond markets are doing. Right now, again, I still have my short on Apple. My stop loss would be 217. I don't really like the sideways action for now, but I have a feeling, at 1 o'clock we should see a little bit more influence in markets, right? Up, down, left, or right. But as always, appreciate each and every one of you. I'll pop in, like I said, till about. Oh, Scott. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I guess I'll stick around to about
Yeah,
11:30, and then I'll take a break for lunch, and then probably pop on for like 10 minutes or so, during the bond market, see what it does, and if it warrants a trade, we will. If not, we've got one trade on that's on autopilot.
Yep. And traders, that's going to do it for me this morning. I appreciate everybody being here. Again, we're focused on these morning sessions to a T. This is where the bread and butter is, and this is where we focus the room each and every day. DVG will hang out here till 11:30. Visit you back this afternoon once. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. A great day, a great 2 days now. And if you're with us this morning, congratulations. Hopefully you were able to enjoy some of the same, thank you, some of the same growth that we had this morning. And we're going to find out how your day was here. In fact, my day was very green today. Let's hear it for the room here. Any of those on social media, let us know how you're doing today. We would greatly appreciate that. Thank you for joining us here. Looks like we're going to be maybe that 70, 80% day here at 90% right now of our traders are profitable. I mean, when you get the job done like this, why do you want to stick around? Take that money and run. Go out and do something great. Exercise, eat right, be a good learner and understander of the market, and apply that here each and every day. So we appreciate you. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great rest of your day with DVG and the rest of the team. God bless you all. Godspeed. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you, DVG. And thank you, Aggie. And thank you, Clifton, for doing what you do each and every day. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Scott. I'll tell you what's kind of interesting is, I think this is day number 2 that Scott was kind of more bullish. I was more bearish. We both managed to eke out green days today, so that's it's a good thing. Coin again, kind of missed opportunity. Meta also missed opportunity. Not too worried about it. But a couple little losers in Nvidia twice, right? We had one where we went long, got stopped out, we went long again, and I got out a little early. And thank goodness I did, right? Because we're down at this 117.40 level. If it's going to bounce, this is likely where it's going to bounce. And if it's going to break down, it's likely going to break down here too. So keeping an eye on what's happening overall in markets. I think, collectively, there's a little less risk being short. And I only say that because we're at all-time highs. And we haven't really, really broken out. For me, when I saw that breakout over 565, I was like, oh man, this thing is gonna, 570. Like, what's the next round number, right? And it can totally happen. And I think if it's gonna happen, it will happen during that bond auction. So depending on that, I think there's some contingencies there that would be important for being bullish or bearish, which is why I'm keeping some dry powder for that 1 o'clock bond auction. And it's not to say I'll be bearish or bullish. I'll trade what I see, right? If we're moving higher, I'm not stepping in front of a moving train. No thanks. So again, kind of being mindful of that. Hopefully, you guys plan on joining around 1 o'clock or so, just to look at what markets are doing from a bond auction perspective. I'm actually going to pull up the VIX right now. Yeah, VIX. We talk about it. 15. I'd say from 15 to 17, you kind of have bullish, like I'd say healthy markets. Anything below 15, 16, you're like full bull territory where you're kind of overcorrected to the upside. We're in that now. We're at 16.9, on the VIX. So really kind of, I'd say, balanced market. We're not seeing, things overheating to the upside or to the downside. But again, where I'm kind of scratching my head is if you're above all-time highs on the SPY, why are we not moving higher? Like way higher? Is there apprehension on the actual rate cut, like what's it going to be? You know, um, and by the way, that could be the initial rate cut, but when they start talking um, additional cuts to happen by the end of this year or into next year, how much of that is baked in? 2%, 2.5%, 3%? I guess my biggest concern is if we announce a 0.5% rate cut, at what point are people going to scratch their head and, well, why not 3/4 of a point? Why not 1 point? Like it becomes a matter of like, it's not enough, right? Like if you're willing to cut half, why not cut a full point? That kind of thing. So just kind of interesting. I think we're kind of guaranteed a 1/4 point, which arguably right now at a minimum is baked into the markets at a minimum. But I also think that there's a little more exuberance on this number than there should be, frankly. The reason being is um, as consumers, we won't feel the impact of rate cuts until early 2025, earliest. But where you're going to see it the most is in commercial real estate. So that's why if you look at XLRE, I haven't even looked at it today, but I imagine it's up. I look, actually, I'll pull it up right now. XLRE. No, it's actually surprisingly down today. Okay. KRE. Let's see what that's doing. Yep, KRE's up. IWM. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I almost want to short IWM to be honest, but let's see. Let's see. EX we've been talking about for a while. Yep, holding up at that 155 level. There's also another lens to look at this, which is the U.S. cannot afford to be a weak economy for perception purposes. So how much of that plays into a narrative? We have a new administration potentially coming in, or really tempted to look at SPY options for tomorrow. 570 call options are $1.23. 566 call options are $3. Wow. Okay. Hmm. What to do? You know what? I'll grab like 3 of the 570s for tomorrow expiration, frankly, to protect my Apple position. So if Apple goes down, I'm going to make a nice trade there. But if it decides to move higher and I get stopped out, maybe these call options cover me at the 570 strike. Hmm. Hmm. I'll let this 5-minute candle complete. So we have like a minute 40 seconds left on the SPY. If we hold above the VWAP, I'll pick up some of the 570 strikes for tomorrow, just a few. In the event markets do decide to flip higher, because I do have my short on Apple at the moment. I wish I could find some more trades for you. We have JPM long, which whatever. I'm kind of that one's like relatively small position, 100 shares. I don't even mind owning that for a longer period of time. We'll see. Coin did it to me again. Pull back to 163.90. Would have been a valid entry for 3 points, but we didn't take it. We got to move on JPM. I'll add another 50 shares up here. We'll wait for 20 seconds for this candle to complete before making an add if we, continue this move higher. Today is a game of patience, it seems. Shoot, I was talking about end phase. I just pulled it up. 117 bucks now off from 112. Okay. What trades do you guys have on at the moment? Curious. Jared, you're small short on Apple and Microsoft, Nvidia as well. Okay. I like the Microsoft short. Again, it's just kind of what I mentioned beginning of the session, which is like, do I believe in Microsoft as a powerhouse company? Heck yeah, they're the biggest software company in the planet, right? And they had a massive move, pre-market, $10, 2.5%. So to see a little bit of profit taking when Microsoft is, all-time high is 468, I'm not surprised. Arguably, Meta was in the same boat. I thought for sure we'd try the all-time high, but we didn't. Not to say we can't go and test those all-time highs again on Meta, but I talk about horseshoes and hand grenades. When you're talking big institutions, their version of horseshoes and hand grenades are measured in percentages. So if you own Meta, pull this up in a big chart here. Let's say you bought the dip, sub $500 on Meta, you made 8% on your money. Like, you're lucky if you, and that, by the way, is in 3.5 days. Like if you make 8% a year on your 401k, you did well. You know, I remember talking to somebody and they're like, "Oh yeah, but I made 16% this year on my 401k." I'm like, "What'd you make last year?" "Well, I also made 12%." Like, all right, cool. Then you start looking at it, and you kind of average out to about 8%. 8 to 10% is kind of the target return with compound interest, et cetera, so you can double your money every 7 years. That's the game. So you got 100k. 7 years later, if you're making that 8% or so, you should double your money in 7 years. Side note: one of my passion projects, I'm hoping to start in 2025. Actually, is to help, like, we'll say, young adults, maybe even, you know, people that are in high school, understand money. You know, kind of going back to that time of my life, I kind of wish I had some pointers. You know, I was fortunate to make decent money early in life, and unfortunately lost it all. And you know, I'm sure many of us have done that. You know, when you're young, you spend your money on things are items. But I didn't have the knowledge back then to understand, like, hey, what investing would really do. Um, and you could argue from a net worth standpoint, like that's probably missed out on a lot of money. Um, so I'm going to try to do something like that in 2025. I think where, you know, education around money, I think, is extremely important, and they don't teach it in schools. You know, maybe they teach you how to balance a checkbook, if that, but that's kind of forcing you to be a consumer, not an investor. And that to me would be kind of something I'd love to give back in this lifetime. So stay tuned. No guarantees on it just yet, but it's something I'm kind of eyeballing as call it a passion project. You said sure, but internet chart looks more like a long-term Jared. Okay. I like the canary in the coal mine. I think I've heard it 3 times on TV since you said that, really, Scott. Hey, man, you know, my wife would tease me from time to time. Oh, honey, you're a trendsetter. You're a trendsetter. Um, I don't want to say I was big into fashion because I'm not, you know, going to runway shows or anything like that. But, yeah, I like to dress sharp. That's one thing I did get from my grandfather. He taught me, you know, always, he was a tailor. So dressing sharp was his thing. I mean, I'd show up to with a suit and a, you know, nice button up shirt. Everything's, you know, nicely pressed, whatever. And he'd you know, look at me and be like, "Why are you dressed like a slob?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "How are you going to wear a suit without a tie?" So kind of was brought up that, you know, always you can always take the tie off. You can't always put it back on. Kind of is what I grew up with. And I remember, like, pocket squares. I was rocking those for, you know, years before it became popular. The whole, like, brown shoes with navy pants. Um, you know, I was buying Italian leather shoes for, I don't know, 10 years before a lot of folks were wearing them like that. And my wife would joke around like, "Oh, look, you're like a trendsetter, you know, all this stuff." And you know, I mentioned things in markets or whatever, and she's like, "Oh my God, like, how did you know that that was going to happen?" I'm like, "Well, you know, I'm in the tech business. I was in the tech business for a long time." So anyway, kind of funny that, you know, canary in the coal mine. I mean, it's an older term. Um, I think very relevant term because, you know, bless them, those miners busted their hump, you know, and they needed a way to make sure they were safe. And Who would think of that? It's pretty ingenious if you ask me, because comparatively speaking, when you've got, I don't know, hundreds of people down in the mine at the expense of one bird that could protect everybody, like that's, I don't know. They didn't have sensors and all the tech that we have today to manage that. So, Scott, yeah, that's a good idea, DG. My parents weren't educated, and in turn never knew I should have an IRA or retirement until basically I found out my own. Yeah, Jared, for sure, man. Well, so I've got like nieces and nephews and that, and they'll call me. And I'm like, okay, cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? Right? But in all honesty, like they called me like, hey, what do I do with my money? And their initial response, because they're young, first job out of college, and they did well in school and they got decent jobs, and I'm like, okay, well, what do you want to do with your money? And the first like initial reaction is like, well, I want to buy new clothes and I want to go out with my friends and I want to buy a new car. And I was immediately like, oh my God, I remember. So I was the same way. Heck, I'm still the same way. I get a little extra coin. I don't mind buying some car too. I love cars, but they're the worst investment. Unless you're buying some super rare 1967 GTB4 Ferrari for 17 million. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, but um, they're horrible investments. But I love cars, so it's hard for me to knock it, right? But we started breaking it down. I said, look, you have to make a promise to me. For 2 years, you will not buy a car. And I tell you what, they both, two of them, both my nieces, stuck to their guns. They didn't buy a car for 2 years. And I was like, and as a result, like instead of you paying $500 a month or $470, which is what the estimated payment was, I was like, I want you to put that money to work. 2 years later, guys, they have a huge head start on life in general. Right? They're like 21, 22 years old, 23 years old now. I mean, they've got plenty of cash put away, and now they're like, you know what? I don't even miss the money. I've gotten used to living a certain way, and I'm like, well, here's the thing: when you make more money, move the number up a little bit, and do that until like you decide to settle down and all this stuff. But what you'll find is you'll have some money left over, and of course now they're like blown away, like, oh my God, I didn't realize how much money I have now. I've got an extra $30,000, $40,000 to do whatever I want. It's like, yeah, you put that as a down payment on the house now, etc. So it's fascinating to see that, like in a couple years, the right principles, etc. It's easier to do when you're younger. And we all know that, right? As you get older, heck, obligations show up, kids' private school shows up. You got, spouses that want birthday presents. We all know how it goes. But if you don't prepare early on, it makes it really difficult later on. So that's kind of what, as a passion project, I'd love to do. Um, who knows? Maybe it helps one or two people, maybe three people. Like that. You know what? I don't need to change the world. Um, but that to me would do it. Two, three people. That's enough of a change for me to be excited or happy about that I left an imprint. Anyway, I'll shut up. Appreciate y'all listening. I bought a new BMW 440i during COVID with my small caps, funny money. And as much as I love driving, definitely bad for my investment. Yeah, it's all good though. That there's also happiness, which is let's be honest, kind of short-lived. Happiness is an evolving emotion that could change every day, right? But look, I love driving too, Jared. I mean, I've bought plenty of cars. I've got a little toy car that I go race around tracks and all that stuff. And the joy that it brings me is, I'd say it's worth it. But I saved up for 5 years to buy that thing. you know? So, yep. Amen, Julie, for sure. Fleeting feeling, I say. My goal now is to find inner peace, which ironically brings me happiness. That's kind of what I've been all about lately. It's just like, There's a time like I did all the planning for family vacations and made sure everybody had a place to stay and their departure times and like all this stuff, right? And it was actually 2 years ago during Thanksgiving. Normally we host, we do like when we do Thanksgiving and Christmas big in our house. So we're talking like one year we did for Christmas we did pan-seared scallops over mushroom risotto, uh, and then we did the recipe from a three Michelin star chef in France. Their mashed potatoes and a beef Wellington, like a full. I'm talking like a full Chateaubriand, like big slab of meat, and obviously wine pairing. And I mean, it was a thing. But we do Christmas and Thanksgiving huge, typically. And about 2 years ago, family came together and said, "Hey, this year we're doing Thanksgiving. Yeah, we'll do it at your place, but we're doing it. We're doing the cooking. We're doing everything." And I was like, I had such a big problem, like letting go of just like, oh man, no, guys, like I can't. I'll take care of this or I'll take care of that. And they're like, hey, just sit down. Don't worry about anything. And my brother-in-law hands me I like scotch, so he hands me a scotch, and sure enough, they're just like, hey, just sit back, relax, we got this. And of course, I'm like hovering around, like checking up on dishes or like how people are making stuff. And that's kind of when I first started. Like, you know what? You don't have to take control over everything or manage everything or whatever. You could just sometimes it's okay to just let it go. So from that standpoint, I'm working on finding that inner peace. Even stuff like being patient in markets, trying to learn new things like swing trades, which require a little more patience. Um, I don't know. It's helping me grow a bit, so I'm excited about that. Sorry for that tangent, guys. Let's see. Looks like Meta broke the lows. Yeah, yeah. Don't rub it in, Jared. I was talking 531 to 532 is likely a level we should see a bounce on Meta. We noticed 532.77 was a previous high yesterday. I don't say previous high all time or anything, but yesterday 532.77 was marked the initial breakout top. If you just look left, and we tagged it by what 532.95. So probably some buyers there to protect that top, right? In fact, Meta might actually, excuse me, be a decent long with the stop being the low of day. I won't take it because I wanted to short Meta today, but keep an eye on that 532 level. Did Nvidia break 117 just now? It did. 116.92. Interesting. Okay. Again, coin doesn't care what the markets are doing right now. It's just trying to climb higher. That is kind of frustrating. The two big trades that I would argue a spot called coin at 162, Meta 542. Oh well. Using a whole 475. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you can. In fact, here, oh, I just realized I'm not sharing anything. Let me do that. How many of you guys use TradingView? Any of you? You guys use? I think most of you guys use your broker charts, right? But if you are using TradingView, That's usually what you'll see me sharing. I share my screen. Give me a sec, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to try to share my screen in a moment. Let me know if you see it. I should say, let me know if you don't see it. That seemed to be more like a bigger issue in the past. All right, should be up. Can you guys see it? All right. So I mentioned Meta is at 532.77 level. Microsoft similar 533.53 previous yesterday's high. Apple 217. We couldn't get there even pre-market. So I'm keeping an eye on Apple. Coin, eyeballing it. You know, if I see pull back 163, might be interested. We'll go to big chart. I'll just move it. Big chart. Keep an eye on crowd, by the way. A nice push yesterday. And if you look more broadly, we talk about looking at the heat map, guys. Look at how big these gains are on GE, Caterpillar, AMAT, 3M, Lam Research. Huge moves in manufacturing today, which you could argue have been some of the most underserved sectors, like, which to me proves there's more breadth happening in the SPY and the Qs. So kind of like I don't want to say the rejected names. You know, in the tech space, I'd say a name like Salesforce kind of been rejected. IBM for sure has been rejected. Intuit also somewhat rejected. PanW, you know, Definitely not getting love today, but crowd has got a nice move, up 8%. And then you look around, like UNH, part of the reason I wanted to short UNH, it's one of the only big bright names. JPM is down 4%. We're long JPM right now. Sorry, this is on the week, by the way. Let me pull it up for the day. You guys are probably watching that going like, what is he talking about? It's not up 8% today. Sorry, I was looking at that on a weekly for you guys. But like just looking around at these markets, this is where I'm paying a lot of attention right here. All in the finance space. So BX, big on the commercial real estate side. We've been talking about that one for a while. It just has continued to grind higher. I have a really small position in that. I think around like 144, something like that. But like when I see this, to me, the standout is just everything. You don't see a huge outlier. You don't see a big 3 or 4 or 5%, maybe on a couple names, right? A couple names, PACCAR, which I'm surprised. Which interesting today. Move this over here. So this is your Qs list, ranked from highest level of allocation to lowest. Okay. I think people have enough of these big 10 names, which is why I was short Costco yesterday as an example. And I was even thinking about doing it today. But what I'm noticing is there's pickup happening down here in these other names. So like let's use, I don't know, Intuitive Surgical for an example. ISRG. Okay. Like, yeah, it doesn't look great today, but it's that's a pretty nice bounce. Let's look at Pan W, we know is down today. Micron up today. Lam Research, we talked about that for a moment. CRX. Oops, LRCX. Pretty strong move. Costco, any lower. But like the reason I'm bringing this up is if you just look at these 100 names, there's more money moving to names like CrowdStrike. There's more to like NXP, Fortinet, Autodesk. Adobe obviously had terrible earnings, but like Airbnb, let's look at what Airbnb is doing. Look at that. These are like the names that haven't had enough love this year. And I'm seeing that rotation happen, AKA the breadth in the market, where you may not get as big as of a performance from an Apple, a Meta, a Microsoft. Like, yeah, we're seeing that huge lift. But in my mind, this lift, I mean, obviously some news on both, but paired with the selling off that happened in Apple, right? Like I can't even fit it. I have to zoom out a bit. Like that's a huge sell off. And it's a huge component, it's the biggest holding in the Qs, 8.9%. Well, what's the second biggest? Microsoft. Oh, surprise. The loss they took in Apple, they're making it up in Microsoft. Right? Meta, 4.7%. Amazon. Let's look at Amazon. What's Amazon doing today? Not bad. Not bad. Right? So like when I forget who it was. Someone was asking like pre-market prep. What am I looking at? How do I do it? How am I doing it? Whatever. This is the kind of stuff that like, I'd be paying closer attention to because, I mean, literally like, it's not just the big 7 names that we like to trade all the time. Give me a second, guys. I don't know what's going on. My computer's freezing up right now. Can you guys still hear me? What the heck is going on? So you can hear me, but my mouse isn't working. Sweet. That's frustrating. Not sure what's going on with my computer right now, guys. Sorry. 1 second. Okay, just what in the world is going on? Restart device. Well, that's unfortunate. I might have to restart my computer. I don't know what's going on. My mouse isn't working. Just a second, guys. You know, this computer's starting to get on my nerves a little bit. The first time I've had issues with it. Spent a small fortune on it. Now I've got a manual mouse instead of my wireless mouse. There we go. Okay, it's working again. All right, let's see. Full factor to minute SPY trends down. The equal weight, yeah. Was it RSP, I think? Let's see. But now my, you kidding me? Did like my Bluetooth go out or something? Now my keyboard's not working. Sweet. Well, guys, might be a signal for me to call it a day. I don't know. Microphone's working. Keyboard is not working. And I'm literally, I've just plugged in a manual mouse, you know, like through the USB. So something up with my Bluetooth, maybe. Maybe. Well, I'm gonna probably restart my computer then. Unplug keyboard, plug it back in. No, it's it's a Bluetooth one. Let me turn it off, turn it back on, see if it works. Well, thank goodness I don't have like a 2,000 share position right now. Can you imagine? I'm freaking out right now. All right, let's see if that did the trick. Hold on. Turn this thing off. It's all baked in the market, guys. Perfectly timed. My keyboard to stop working when I'm hitting a stride. You're gonna love it. All right, saying that's not connected and that this is connected, but I just turned it off. Sweet. All right. Can you guys hear me? All right. So I just called an audible and manually plugged in a laptop and a keyboard. Or sorry, a keyboard and a mouse, sorry. Guys, I'm very tempted to short the SPY right now. Into 1 o'clock. The 564s are 270 right now. I'm looking at options. Sorry, guys. Keep an eye on it. I'm watching the previous all-time high, 565.16. For now, I'm going to mark this as the new all-time high for now. That could change, obviously. Or this could be the moment to go long. We'll see. Watching Microsoft here on its 200 EMA. We get a bounce here. It might be time to go long. 436 maybe. Where's this high? 435.90, guys. Microsoft. If I see a break under this 464.85, I'm gonna start building a short position on the SPY, guys. And then I'll add if we break 464.65, and I'm targeting a partial around this 563.80-ish. And my stop loss will be the VWAP. Only concern is the SPY is definitely way stronger than the Qs. In fact, if we pull up a big chart, let me do the SPY. And I just zoom in a bit. Zoom in. I'll add the Qs right over it. I don't know, pick a color. What do you guys think? Teal? Sure. While they look the same as far as movement, this is obviously tapering higher. So if you see here, tight convergence, then you see a break lower in the Qs and the SPY is holding up higher. I think some of you guys asked, how do you know? This is an easy way to do it. So again, the concern about shorting the SPY here is it's definitely stronger, but it's also the reason I'd be open to it. Because if we do see a failure here, right, then the Qs are likely going to follow. But at the same time, we're trying to push Microsoft higher. So these are kind of, it's like a hedge, right? So if we go lower, I'll be out of Microsoft super quickly. Get a bounce up to the VWAP on Microsoft. Maybe the SPY inverts and goes against. Fine. We'll be out quickly on this. So it's just a way to kind of protect my trade on Microsoft right now. And it's, you could argue, yes, Microsoft and these other names are part of the SPY, but I'm also looking at other names across the SPY that maybe people are trying to take profits in ahead of time. And it could be short-lived, right? It could definitely be short-lived and find a bounce off this 564.65 area and turn around to the all-time high again. But in the event we see a breakdown, I'd like to be protected on my Microsoft trade. Hopefully that makes sense. It's almost like betting on red and black on a roulette table, but I'm betting bigger on one over the other. That makes sense. Meta under 535.80. I mean, this could go up to here. Your VWAP 537.70 maybe. If the Qs push, you know, I'm watching NVIDIA literally hang on to the 200 for dear life. Microsoft, the only reason I went long is it's holding the 200 for now. Apple can't breach. It's literally tagging it and getting pushed down. Tag it gets pushed down. Meta came within 20 cents of yesterday's high, right? So showing some strength there at the bottom. So if you're planning on shorting it, I'd be looking around this 537 level, to be honest with you, Mark. And maybe end up like I did. Maybe you don't get it, right? Like I was looking 542, 543 to short it, and it didn't happen. So bummer is what it is. I mean, at this point, I might just hang out with you guys, go grab a quick snack. Because I want to see what happens with this bond auction at 1 o'clock. Keep an eye on Tesla, guys. Tesla looks like it's finding a bid. NVIDIA trying now the VWAP. Is that 117.50-ish? Be out of the Microsoft trade at the low of the day. The good news is, hopefully the SPY breaks down. We'll make it up here, or whatever we lose here. And then some. We're still short Apple. I've got a pretty big position on Apple right now. So if I see Apple break down below this low day, you know what, let's call it, if I see 212 on Apple today, someone's getting a bottle of wine. What do you guys think? What's scary about NVIDIA is just how tentative it is right here. It's either looking for buyers or looking for sellers to like explode to the upside or completely plummet. You notice I've got this 116.20 level marked. Didn't quite challenge it today, but close. That's kind of my decision line. It broke slightly below it yesterday. And then once we hit that, stayed above it, we've done nothing but go up. So I want to see 116.20 level break before I get bearish. And if we get above that, stay above, 118.10, could be time to get bullish. But we're just trading sideways. Again, I think within the next 50 minutes or so, that's 5-0. Maybe we don't see a whole lot until this bond auction shows up. So tell you what, I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. I'll be right back, guys. Your choice if you would like to hang out. I think Scott's planning on joining us this afternoon as well. I don't know what time he's planning on joining, but I'm gonna stick around at least for the bond auction at 1 o'clock. So that'll probably be a short-lived trip there, probably, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. Typically like to be out of here, I don't know, 11:30, 12. But sideways action, it's not always fun to trade. Hope we get a break on the SPY here soon. All right. All right. SPY come to Papa. I took a couple contracts off. Basically scalping today, guys. Bagged it, a couple $100. I'll take it. Leaving 3 contracts on for the SPY. Those are puts. Hey, you know what? What was it? Mark, maybe your 53580 was spot on. Look at that. I don't know if you took it or not. Let's see if it, continues its down leg. At this point, any loss I feel on Microsoft, it was covered by that SPY trade I just had. And the big one is Apple. Every point that prints to the downside, if it can do it today, would be a nice chunk of change for me. If it goes up to 217, I'm going to call it quits on that one. Curious, guys, as far as mic volume, when I'm speaking at this level, is it loud enough? Not loud enough? I'm kind of tinkering with the mic sensitivity. So remember when I first got this mic, people were like, "You're shouting into the microphone." So I don't want that, and I also don't want to sound like I'm whispering. So mic quality, okay, guys? Well, we might get stopped out of Microsoft. The good news is the SPY puts are paying for that right now. Right on, Vincent. Cool. Thank you. Mark, did you end up taking that 535.80 on Meta? Qs are approaching the 200 EMA, which is at 474. Call it, I don't know, 474.75. I'd like to see this buy at least try the 200. And the only reason I say that is like yesterday, pretty ugly day, right? SPY jumps, drops, under, pushes, tries to stay over, stays over all day. We see a tag here on the 200 and an immediate bounce and move higher. Guys, it's go time. More so for like structure. It doesn't have to happen, obviously, but for structure in the market, that's what I'd prefer to see. Because wherever the markets are, and if it touches this and holds this 563.80 level, which happens to be right now, but obviously the 200 could slowly start to, I think I found a drawing tool somewhere. No, it's not it. What was it? It's not this, is it? No, it's not it either. Where is it? It's trying to get better at some of these like animation tools. Nope, don't want that. Oh, whatever. We'll use the arrow because we know we can use that. So if we see a bounce here, and I think that will prove bulls want to remain in control, right? However, like if we see a random pop right here, I mean, what, based off of this pre-market low, 56406, we saw it bounce once today from there, but that doesn't give any structure, right? We saw a big move up. We have high of day yesterday. Arguably, you could say is right around the close, but I like this level better, 56292. So I would say that's the deepest cut you want to see on the SPY today for bulls to remain in control. And bounce there. If you see a break below that, then who knows how low we go. But a healthy bounce would be to try this 200. We saw it happen, tried to attempt it here, didn't quite get there, right? Did it in the pre-market almost to the dollar and then held to move higher. So seeing this drop right now in the SPY, I personally, I like it, obviously, because I'm short, but I don't know if it's going to last forever. So I've had some people ask, like, hey, how are you marking up the charts? Like, what are you looking for? This 200 EMA for me in the last, especially the last, I don't know, 4 months, and you can go back and test this on your own if you want, but you definitely want to take a look at it because the last like 3-4 months, it's proven to be an excellent indicator for remaining bearish or bullish. Like when you see that inversion, and you can use it on a daily 4-hour. So typically, how I'll start, I'll look at a daily 4-hour, 1 hour, and then break it down to 5-minute and see levels based on usually about the last, like the previous week. So I'll mark big levels on the daily. I'll mark like key levels that I might see like in a 4-hour, maybe I call it like the intermediate levels. That's where you get this number like 51681. And it doesn't have to be the exact number. I mean, technically, you can put like a little box like this and give it some grace, I'll call it. But that's typically what I'll do when you guys see charts, if it's green or red. In fact, if you pull up coin, where the heck is coin? Just put it here. So with coin, there's a level I have way, way above here. Way up, where the heck did it go? Should be in here. Why is it not showing up? Shoot. Was it because I got rid of my levels here? Uh-oh. Let's not do that. There we go. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. There we go. So this level here on coin, I've marked as a zone. Look where it's at, though. 189. We're down to 165. So when I've been mentioning like why I think it could be a bullish op right there, that's a big, 20 points. By the way, keep an eye on markets. There's that bounce. Notice SPY right there off the 200. I'm going to trim up a couple more on my SPY position. Free money. Free money. Let's go. I will leave 2. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So we got in at 262 and we sold them for 310. Not bad. And we got stopped out on Microsoft. Oh well. And if Apple breaks, I'm telling you guys, I don't mind holding this. Kind of nerve-wracking, but I think it'll be all right. So for those of you who are not using the 200 EMA, hopefully that little explanation there, you don't have to use your charts how you want, right? But I just find that pretty fascinating, right? And if we see a break under here, a previous high is at 563.67. So tagging this and bouncing, it's still arguably the equivalent of that 200. Now, if we see a breakdown, right, and we break the close, which is a point away, I mean, yeah, there could be some selling happening, right? But also worth noting, in 40 minutes, we have a bond auction. So I don't know how many of you guys are paying attention to those bond auctions. You should be. Hopefully you are. But That's the 20-year, so it's a big one. 210.20 was the big ones. 210.20. All right. I didn't even realize just banking that bit of profit there put me up near 2K in the last couple trades. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. SMCI, another one that I wanted to short. Looks like it would have been working. Oh well, could have, should have, would have. But this one, guys, I really wish there was one of you guys who took the short when I didn't. The same way Scott took coin when I didn't. Guys, to be up 10 points. Oh, why did I wimp out on that one? Was Costco tanking? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the good news is, like, look, Costco, we took, I mean, I nailed that thing yesterday. 920 entry, took it. The runners ran to 905 ish. I took most of my position, I think, at like 907. So I got some down here at 905 and then took the rest at 907, got out. So yeah, I left, 10 points, but it was a small position, so I don't really mind. Hey guys, check out the breakdown now. It's not a huge one. The pullback, no less, on the SPY. Qs are now breaking right at the close now. Look at NVIDIA now, guys. So this is where, I mentioned it's not about being right or wrong. It's just there's a lower risk being short markets at all-time highs. Because realistically, I mean, let's face it, there's your previous all-time high in white, 565.16, okay? Realistically, we should have seen at least a 1 or 2% move higher. And we saw this all day. So is there some reluctance around it? Sure, maybe. And like, do I regret taking some off of SPY and now having only 2 contracts left? No. But now they're worth $3.60. So we're up a dollar. So if I would have just held this one position from here to here, that's $1,000, right? I don't mind. I took a partial here. It's okay. We're benefiting from the runners doing their job. And again, by the way, I hate seeing this, just so everybody's clear. I do think there's more implications. Like this is a mild, really, really mild pullback, healthy pullback. And if you're asking, hey, why are there 2 white lines on this versus the green ones? So green ones mark previous highs, high of day. And these white lines are channels I've marked that I find that SPY, if it gets up in this level, it has a tendency to do this. Kind of in this channel. It's marking those channel levels. Again, use your charts however you want. That's just what I do. So, and guys, if we can get Apple to freaking break 215.50, I've been waiting for that ad all day. Big pullback on Tesla though. Wow. Okay. To see Nvidia pull back $1, nah, not a big deal. When you start seeing it pull back like $4, $5, $6, that's when it's like, whoa, what's going on? I want to see Apple toilet big time. All right, I might, I only have one left on SPY right now. But absolutely no complaints. If we continue lower, I can hang on to it. Qs are right at the close right now. Meta finding a bounce off the 200. Microsoft lost the 200. Does SPY get really heavy now? Question mark, question mark. Again, this white line marked the high of day yesterday. So, thinking that might be the channel. If we break that, well, hello 561.76. That breaks, hello 560.66. That breaks, well, 553.72. Come on, Apple. Let me see a 212 print today. Look at the SPY trying to hold that level. Check this out though, Tesla. Look at that. There's your 200. You guys see that? Perfect bounce. This is on a 5-minute, by the way. Look at a 1 minute. It lost 200 a long time ago. But it's interesting when you see that different perspective, like where to watch levels. Again, if you wanted to be in Tesla, as an example. Now, you could argue, let's just say Tesla doesn't stop moving higher here, and this candle closes right where it's at. Notice you have a strike bar, 50% retracement, right, to the center. Let's call it right about, there's fine-ish. I can get a measuring tool to get the exact 50%. But if we see this and then break below this candle, that's your downward 3-bar play. But given that it's Tesla, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a potential bullish engulf, which then that completely eliminates 3-bar play. And what's interesting is you'll see 3-bar plays to the upside and the downside all over the market when you start looking for them. They're usually 3 and or 4-bar plays, depending, right? Time frame matters at that point. But if you were looking to get short Tesla, here's your level right there at the bottom of this, 229. And if you're looking to get long, you would want to be long over 50% when another candle prints above it. Notice the SPY coming right back to the 200. Wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft did the same. Let's really hope Apple doesn't. Just keep an eye on this candle. If it breaks 229 here, guys, on Tesla, watch how big the stripe gets, if it does it. And then that's when you are signifying like, hey, bears are in control of this move. Because the way I'm watching it right now, if I'm a bear, I'm watching this exact setup right here. And if I had a big fund or something, I'd be tagging this thing at 229 for like a ton of shares and just sell it down. But like when you see this forming, you got to understand bulls are doing the same thing. They're waiting to see like, hey, are people going to stack up at 229? Because if so, let's run them over, right? And then squeeze them so they have to cover and push. You know, if we get it above 232 and they're taking a 3 or 4 point loss on it, and they got 1 million shares, someone loses $4 million in 2 minutes, right? Like you can squeeze them out of position pretty quick. It's kind of fun to watch. So guys, on Apple, we hit 215.50 on the nose. I want to see a break under that. I don't like that people are piling on at 215.50 is a round number. But if I see a break under that, I'm going to add to this position. And it's already a pretty big position. So kind of makes me a little nervous. So hoping we get some follow through here on markets. Not really looking like it though. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce. So I would absolutely love a break on Apple here. This would make my day. If we take out the low of day on Apple, I'll be up more. Yeah, about the same, if not more, I was yesterday. Fingers crossed. Let's see what's going on here. How many guys watched the TLT? We're up almost a point on our JPM position. That's cool. If we get over the 200 on the SPY, so let's just call it the top of this candle. What is that? 563.90. You see that print? I'm going to get out of this last contract I have on the SPY. So in 15 minutes, Apple has gone through 1.2 million shares, both bought and sold in the last 20 minutes. Almost, yeah, is that right? 500, 300, 350. Basically, yeah, 1.3 million shares and finding buyers. No. Okay, is this a 4-bar setting up? For those of you asking what's just between a 3 and a 4-bar, look at this Tesla setup. So you got a big strike bar, 50% retracement, 50% retracement holds. If this breaks down, guys, this thing is going to tank. So under 229, again, this could be a trap as well. Who knows? But from a technical analysis, technical setup, this would just continue to move lower. That said, if we see this engulf right here, well, then you can get bullish. And by looking at the Qs and the SPY and the Apple and some of these other ones, like again, bulls aren't completely gone. But if you see this candle get covered, so let's call that, what's that top there? 231.10. You can expect at least a VWAP tag at that point. So this is kind of a fun area to trade. I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla, by the way, for a position, both directions. And if we engulf, let's call it 230.90-ish. May give it a shot to the long side. And if we break 229, I'll hit it. Tempted to start building a short position here. I just don't want to get run over. Qs are still green on the day for now. And with the SPY. Here's another thing. Let's do this. See a little more red now. Broad market. Geo's down. Okay. You know, I got excited on Apple for a moment. Still have our last contract on the SPY here. And as long as we don't get above that yellow line there, the 200 EMA, I'll hang on to it. What I hope doesn't happen is that we continue to break and we see this 560 level, because then it would be worth mega bucks. And I had a decent sized position. But rule number one always applies. Pay yourself first. Oh, come on. I'd be really bummed out if Apple takes me out right now. 217. That would be live heartbreak right there. Don't do it, Apple. Don't do it. You don't have any news. Fake news. I'm so tempted to get out of Apple right now. Minimize my loss, but that's a little bit of a gut punch. I thought we'd get some follow through there. I'll wait. Waited all day on Apple. All day. Made some money on it yesterday. I'll wait. Watching the SPY here. Watch this 56292 followed by 56176, which will then put us red on the day for the SPY. The Qs mildly turning red right now by like a cent. Watching Tesla still. Actually a nice setup right here. We got a small crew left, it looks like. People getting accustomed to the morning sessions. It's good. Again, I'm only going to stick around until I see what happens with this 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. So we see continuation. The good news is on the SPY, we're already in position there to the downside. Apple, we're in position to the downside. If we see a spike on Apple, it'll take me out pretty quick. I'm watching NVIDIA as well. Kind of looking similar to Tesla. And I'm also watching coin for a potential bounce at 162, maybe. Let's see. The opposite is also true. If we see some follow through to the downside, that could be a potential short position. I'm not hearing or seeing of any news that would be shocking. Boom, guys. SPY, let's go. Definitely left some money on the table there. That's totally fine by me though, because these options are now worth $3.87. And I paid, where is it? $2.62. Let's go. Not too shabby. All right, if we see, I'm going to take a screenshot right now of who's here. Okay. And if we see 212 handle on Apple today, I'm sending one of you guys a gift. I'll have Clifton choose, so you can take it up with him if your name didn't get selected. I'm looking for 212 anything on Apple. I don't care if it's 212.99. You print that today, someone's getting a gift. Guys, NVIDIA's under 116 any moment. Tesla under 229. I may hit that thing for half the size. I don't know. I'm super tempted right now. That SPY contract's almost worth $4 now, which translates, by the way, it's $400. So for those guys who don't trade options. Paid $262 for them, they're now worth almost $400. Granted, we trimmed up on the way down. That's kind of the point of partials, right? Shorted 216.25. Because what did you? Apple? I think you're talking about. We talked about swing trades yesterday. I'm trying to get better at them and having conviction in my trade. Apple, perfect example of that. I would have normally never held on to a trade this long. Typically, I mean, you guys have seen. I'll trade a move that happens. It could happen in 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, yesterday we let it grow on Costco a bit. And I was telling myself, like, oh, maybe I'll just let it run until today, tomorrow. Because I was trading it yesterday. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But I don't really like holding stuff overnight, just in general, and in my day trading account. If I'm portfolio, I just set it, forget it, don't really look at it. But I'm trying to be better, with things like Apple. If we see that 212 number today, yeah, I'll trim up my position, but I'm going to leave some into that rate cut. It's kind of risky, but basically what I'm doing is I'm calculating how much I got to pay myself to make sure there's zero risk on, getting stopped out of the remaining position. Look at the SPY now, guys. Okay, it's at $4 now. 406 now. 407 now. 415. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take the last contract I got. No, you know what? We talked about swing trading. I'm going to hold it, guys. I'm going to hold it. 430 now. 436 now. Oh my goodness. If I see any bounce at this 46 or 56176, I'll get out with SPY. Last one. Okay, that works. $4.32, guys. I know that doesn't sound like much, but we almost made 100% on our trade. That's pretty crazy. Well, because good luck to both of us on this downside move of Apple. Again, I don't love that it's showing even this much strength right now. While the Qs are aiming lower, SPY is, again, I can't say it's a sell-off. It's a pullback for sure. But seeing the break on the Qs under 474, for me, that was like the trigger that we'll probably see some follow through in the selling. We're slowly seeing it, slowly seeing it. Wow. Got out early on that SPY trade, guys. I nailed the freaking top on that thing. Well, maybe not up here, but the breakdown. Oof. Here comes Tesla. Coin now down to 162. See what it does here. Tell you what, if I see any more follow through on this here on Apple, because I wanted to add under 215.50, but it's kind of dancing around that area right now. I'm actually just watching the level 2 right now. And if I see a bigger push down, like I don't care if I get it, 215.40, I'll take it. So I'll probably add right here. Okay, just added to that position. Let's see if we get a low of day break. Normally I would have paid myself by now, guys. Two SPY short on the same time. Cool, Tim. Yep. Heck yeah. Nice. I mean, the thing is, the risk was minimal. You knew where your stops were, right? And again, there's no guarantee we just continue to move down. But I mean, think about it. If you're a big investment firm and there's uncertainty like you wouldn't believe, tomorrow, even on the rate cut. Like, okay, cool, we're going to get a quarter point, we're going to get half a point. Cool, that's one thing. But what do markets do? How do they react? How much is baked in? How many rate cuts are we going to get by the end of the year? All these are questions that aren't answered. So being bullish and making money on the way up, cool. That's what they're there to do. But at what point do you start paying yourself taking profit, right? So that's kind of at least where my head was at, was protecting some of that downside move that could potentially come when you're at all-time highs. It's not quite a double top, right? Since we broke out, or put in a new high of day, or I'm sorry, all-time high. But let's not let's not get too excited. We are still, without a doubt, in a bull market. We're in a bull trend. So this pullback doesn't mean we're bearish, right? Let's just even on the Qs. I'd say the Qs are a little bit more bearish than. Here's that zone highlighted in red, 474 to 476. Every time we get in the zone, we see it's a battleground, right? We just try to push here. I was looking at 478.57 was really the ultimate breakout area that I wanted to see. We rejected this whole bar. Look what happened every single time we've rejected this level. Tanked, right? We barely managed to get up here. This right here was the beginning of a bear trend when we saw this down leg, right? We're now in a bullish trend on our way back up. But if you look at it on a daily, you tell me. Again, ignore some of the metro lines here. But like, we're not bearish. This is bullish still. There's, from the bottom, we could even draw this thing right here. But still up, right? That said, I'm going to steal this line. What's that look like? Here's your downward trend line. Let me put it there. So more accurate. There we go. Downward trend line. We just reached it a little bit today. Tried to get over. Meanwhile, SPY was putting in all-time highs, right? We're still in that zone. It's red zone here. So we see it break down below this, guys. We can continue a downward trend in a bullish market. But to get bearish, we would have to literally put in, another 2% lower, basically break this level. Then we'd be bearish trend. And it's not too far away, right? 448. It's wild to even say that out loud, that it's not that far away. It's pretty significant. But we've seen it happen in less than a week, 30 points. So it's a pretty strong breakdown in the SPY, by the way. I was kind of hopes and dreams if we got below 562.92, but this is a pretty big drawdown. And Apple, disappointing. May have to pay myself just to trim up my exposure on this thing. Gosh, hate to do that. I just, it's bounced now. We're excessive on the sell-off. I'm going to leave it just for a little bit longer. If I break even, I'll probably take half my position off on Apple for the day. I'll still leave half on to dance, but again, I just don't want to give back anything today. We've had a very nice day today. I take my wife to a movie, I can buy popcorn kind of day. Popcorn's like $60. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Give me one sec. Oh, that's not fun. Came back to Apple. All right, so this candle right here that we just printed, so that is at 216.09. If I see 216.10, I'm going to take half of my position off. It's a short position. I don't mind holding it just because having you guys be my accountability partners on trying to hold a swing trade. I don't want to hold a losing swing trade. That's the key. So take off half. That'll be basically break even, and I'm exposed for half the position, unfortunately. But same stop will apply. 217 on the remaining position size. Guys, I'm watching coin right now, 262, or sorry, 162 level. Let's see what it does. Closes right around that area anyways. So 160, 160 is a low of day. You see that break, could be a short or option to go long. So keep an eye on that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at Tesla, guys. That was a big seller. That's a bear coming in. Oh boy. Okay, what do I do here? Do we go, are we with the bulls, guys, or are we with the bears? Hmm. 1 minute. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's a nothing burger. The last bond auctions have actually been big movers on like almost pivot points for markets as of late. So let's see what happens. And remember, may take off my position here on Apple. Basically at break even. Okay. 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 Oh, looks like kind of a nothing burger. Seeing them buy. Oh, spoke too soon. Here you go. Ta-da. Ta-da. This can all but guarantee our quarter point tomorrow. Not a half a point. I wonder if this is going to signal buying coupons now. With names like MO, XOM, your dividend names. Give it a few more minutes to play out. Like I said, though, Apple, I won't swing a losing trade. I'll only swing a winning trade. Right now, we're like break even. Really need to see some downside move in Apple, or I'll be out. Again, still a nice green day for me, even if I break even on it. watching. Well, guys, we got stopped out of our JPM position. Apparently, there's market chatter that JPM plans to take over Apple's credit card program away from Goldman Sachs, which, if you remember, Goldman Sachs is trying to get into the consumer banking side of things. Didn't play off too well, so we'll be looking to see what Goldman Sachs does in response. If, in fact, this rumor becomes news, what does that do to the stocks? I don't know. Does that help JPM when this was a liability that Goldman Sachs is trying to get off their books? So does that push Goldman Sachs higher because now they don't have to worry about that debt if JPM takes it on, but then JPM maybe has an inverse relationship because they're taking on that debt? I don't know. Keep an eye on that. Watching this 200 level on Goldman Sachs if it bounces to move higher. So it could be a long. If not, maybe get a break and we see break in the financial sectors. Keeping an eye on XLF also. Bring that up here on the big chart. Get rid of this. Put in XLF. Keep an eye on that. There's your previous close. Not a good sign, guys. We want to see financial sector be healthy and move higher. Now, the good news is last 12 months, here's your high. Pretty close to it. You don't want to see as a big dip. So keep an eye on these. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, we're already short Apple. So I think that's part of the bounce that we saw here. It's kind of this chatter that's happening. Talks to Apple to take over the credit card program from Goldman Sachs. Wall Street Journal reported it. Neither one of them replied, but we know the deal. Buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So having JPM on your side is Apple. I mean, there's a good chance majority of the people that were already Apple Card customers, maybe already JP Morgan customers, but that just means they're going to take over more of the consumer. By the way, SMCI fading, NVIDIA fading, coin now fading. I wouldn't say markets are in free fall yet. If we break this level though, guys, watch out. Don't want to see 560 break on the SPY if you're bullish. We're holding this 561.76, a previous high, not all-time high, but a previous high. Keep an eye on markets here for a few more minutes. Hopefully Scott joins us. I don't know when he's planning on being here, but maybe 3 o'clock. Just looking at the potential revenue gain or loss for Goldman Sachs and or Apple, because they'll likely renegotiate terms. It looks like Goldman Sachs would pay Apple $350 for every new Apple customer, and there's also a revenue sharing arrangement. So I'm pretty sure JP Morgan will not pay them. And if they did, maybe it's like $50 for every new Apple customer. And in January 24, Apple reported that Apple Card users earned more than $1 million in daily cash back last year. And their daily cash back is 3%. So it's a pretty big swath of potential revenue on the interest side. And that would be for JPM instead of Goldman Sachs. All right, guys, I'm going to give Apple another 5 minutes. If I don't see a breakdown lower, I'm trimming up. So I want to see a break here underneath 215.20. Maybe get some follow through to the low of day. If we don't, always tomorrow. Banking a beautiful green day today for me. So go back and look at trades for today. Big one will be being a little more comfortable hanging on to winners a bit longer. Like I took a big partial here on the SPY. Probably could have afforded to maybe take a smaller partial. So that'll be kind of, excuse me, that'll be where I start to do some analysis on when I take a position, what level do I want my partials? I don't mind taking my money, paying myself first, but maybe I could pay myself a little less up front. I'll examine that in my post-mortem analysis. I go through my journaling process this evening. Hopefully you guys are all doing the same, become better traders that way. SMCI just fell off a cliff. As long as this stays down on Apple, I'll hang on. But see it pop up here to this level again, I'll trim up. In fact, I'll probably get out of 3/4 of my position. And if we get above the close, I'll be completely out of the position for a tiny, tiny loss. But day like today, I imagine maybe we could turn around here. So I wouldn't be surprised. Q's look like it's trying to get over the close now. SPY, same thing, 50 cents away. Excuse me. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me. I'm not going to arm wrestle Apple any longer. I will leave it as a break-even trade. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for hanging. I know Scott plans on being back here later on this afternoon, but listen, appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be here at the Open. As always, have a great evening. Cheers. God bless.